junto squad e corre pra lutear. Faz o rushão do imba e acorda pra matar. Descarregando pente no frente, tu foi solado. Distribuindo kill, a vitória pro nosso lado.
Mapa na tela, avião voando!
Welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Spring Edition here 2022 for Brazil. I am Avenger and I'm joined by Frost. Of course, we've been covering the weekend so far. We have our last day of the qualification here, Frost. We've seen some pretty insane and intense games so far, and now we're going to wrap it up today and see our top 16 teams.
Yeah, it's been a good showcase of the teams so far, what they've been able to do, but of course it's just the first qualifier. We're going to have 3 in total throughout the whole league here. So the main thing is get that top 16, right? Some people, some teams are still struggling a little bit, but hey, it's not over yet. They still have 4 more games today to complete and grab some juicy points and hopefully make their way through to the top 16.
And that's obviously the interesting thing here. With a good game and by winning or getting top 2, top 3 with some kills, you can get 20, 25 points. So it's probably going to come down to the very last game until we're going to see those bottom 4 teams that are not going to be playing in our first league play, which is going to be next weekend. It's obviously these 20 teams that is competing. We're going to be swapping the groups in and out, and obviously I'm super excited to see who's going to be our bottom 4, because it's super important to be in that first league play of the weekend here for us.
Yeah, and it's going to be so much more pressures on those teams down in the bottom right now to be actually able to make it up there, make sure that they're not going to get stuck there, because not only are you not going to be playing in the league itself if you're going to be down there, but you're also going to have a full week, almost 2 weeks at a time where you're not going to be playing, and that could be detrimental for the future as well.
All right, for us, we've talked about a bit the teams here. Let's take a look at the prices for the PMPL Brazil here. $150,000. The most of the teams have already competed and gotten in here, and we're giving $6,000 to the teams that have just made it in here. So you're fighting for obviously a good extra share of the prize pool, but also our top 5 places for the PMPL Americas.
Yeah, and I mean, in the end, getting the top 5 is all about that, right? Not just you getting that extra money, but getting those 5 spots for PMPL Americas, which is the most important thing, and that's what you're here for in the end.
Exactly. All right, let's take a look at some showcases here of some of the teams we've been seeing so far. We're going to show the rest of the teams that we haven't showed so far. We're going to take a look at the Ground Zero Mercenaries. I love the name, but they haven't had too good of games just yet. They're one of the teams that we're going to be taking a lot of look at today and seeing if they can survive and get out of that bottom 4 here for us.
Struggling a little bit. I hope they can live up to the names being the Mercenaries, because so far they've only accrued 5 kills throughout the 8 games they've played. And I feel like one thing that this team has been lacking is actually taking the fights. A lot of the times we've seen them in the rotations losing 1 or 2, and then towards the later stage of the game they don't have people to actually take a real fight, and because of that they're basically just getting bullied by the other teams. But they have shown us they can do it. We saw them yesterday on Miramar getting to the end game, and that's kind of the whole thing, right? You want to get everybody up, getting to the late game. From there on you can work your way and get more kills, and that's what we want to see from them today.
Yeah, for sure. And for my case here for GCM Esports is definitely the same. Like, we've seen them in good positions, and they also have quite central loot spots. They're contesting boot camp. We've seen them in Picado a few times. I really want to see them focus on their macro game right now. They need to put up faster, better rotations, take advantage of being one of the teams that are looting center here for us to see them play better and place better as well, so we can get those points that they need to get out of that bottom 4 right now.
Yeah, maybe not even like just don't go for rotations early on, go for the fights, because I want to see them actually getting more kills. That would be one of the big things for them right now, because with those kills will also confidence come, and with confidence you'll be able to hit more shots, take more fights, and get yourself winning those fights and get yourself further into the game.
Yeah, exactly. All right, another showcase here. We're taking a look at Quick Revenge. What do you think about Quick Revenge so far for us?
They've been pretty average, I'd say. I mean, expecting a little bit more from them. So far, they're sitting pretty comfortable, not too comfortable, but on a 14th place, so they're not down on the top, bottom 4, of course. But
Right.
it's still so close between the teams down there that they have to step it up just a small notch today. Get a good first game here. We've seen them be able to do that before. If they can do that, they're gonna be good, and they don't need to worry too much about it. And yeah, I mean, they have the fragging power to do it,
Right.
but a lot of times it just feels like they don't want to take the fights, and they kind of engage a fight but back it off pretty quickly.
Yeah, for me, Quick Revenge is actually one of the teams that are managing to get a good amount of kills. They're putting up good kill numbers. We just need to see a little bit more consistent in terms of placement. And what we saw from Cap Yao a few times with the arm, with the nice headshots, I feel like they got it in that regard. And if they just, clutch just one game today, they're going to be completely fine. But they are close in that kind of bottom cusp here, 5 points away from the bottom 4. So they need to step up today for us.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's the whole thing, right? You don't want to even be close to the cusp. You want to sit pretty securely so you're not towards the bottom 4. But hey, it's still 4 more games for all of the teams to play today, so let's hope they can make it.
We have a small recap of what we've seen from the tournaments yesterday and the day before here. So let's take a little bit of a look here. That's Gusta in the first game, and the Brazilian Killers is one of the teams that what we saw from the very first day, what we saw in the beginning was actually quite promising. But now they're actually one of the teams that is very close of not being able to get into the first league weekend here for us.
Yeah, I mean, most of their points that they've accrued so far actually comes from the first 2 games they played. They got themselves a 5th place and a 3rd place to start off the whole qualify with, but after that it's been just I mean, bottom like 6 teams all the time, and that's
Right.
not gonna cut it out. But they've shown us in the first 2 games what they're capable of, and we want to see more of that. They need to step it up and be able to show us that again, or they will be in the bottom 4, and no one wants to see that.
No, for sure not. And obviously as well, that they had 12 kills out of the 32 points they have, so we need to see them fragging out a little bit and focusing on those kills to make sure that they push themselves out of that. But I'm quite sure we're going to be quite comfortable with seeing Brazilian Killers and going in. But loops here on the screen for us have been insanely impressive, and they are by far and safe right now on the first place currently.
And this goes on with the confidence thing that we're talking about, right? They had such a good start coming into this qualifier, and they've been basically just waving and riding that wave the whole time. They start off with a 2nd place 12 kills, 1st place 12 kills, and from there on they just continued riding on that wave, and then still riding on that wave. And I mean, they're probably gonna ride that wave today as well, but the big question is, can they keep it up? Can they ride that wave throughout the league play next week as well?
Yeah, exactly. All right, let's talk a little bit about Intense Game here. They started off quite well. They won our first Sanhok match as well, but since then they've fallen off just a little bit. That 1 chicken dinner is in there, their consistency in placement is there, but we need to see more kills from them for us.
One of the teams that actually have impressed me a lot coming into this. You got to remember, they're one of the 4 teams to qualify their way into the league here, and I mean, so far they're sitting comfortable for this week, and they can do really good. And right now I feel like they're just improving time after time. Sure, it hasn't been too good the past few games, but at the same time it's all about having that consistency of having good games throughout the whole time. And so far they've shown us that they can do that, even though they're one of the few teams who qualified in here and maybe have a little bit less experience than a lot of the other teams. They're doing really fine right now.
Exactly. All right, let's take a look at the overall standings after the 8 games that the teams have played so far. We have 4 more games that is played from each team, but 5 more in total, because you have these groups that are swapping back and forth. And as you see here on screen, Loops Esports in the top, Rise, the 2 current teams that are the only 2 teams that are in triple digits in terms of total points. Very similar amount of kills for us on those 2 teams, but Loops' consistency in placement is just putting them so far ahead of the rest.
Yeah, that is just insane what we've seen from Loops. I also got to remember though, Rice has the current record of points in 1 game and kills in 1 game. 21 kill win, and they got himself 36 points in just 1 game yesterday. That's the kind of stuff you want to see, right? That kind of shows you what kind of level they can get up to, what they have potential to become. And right now, I mean, sure, they're a little bit behind, 27 points behind Loops, but they still have the power, they have the knowledge, they have everything to be on the top. And if you look at it, there's still a big gap from Rise down to Black Dragons on third place as well.
Yeah, exactly. And on top of that, we have one of the teams you talked a lot about here, Inco Gaming, a team that is currently in 4th place without a single chicken dinner. They have one more point ahead of Influence Rage that has 2 chicken dinners. So their consistency just outside of the chicken dinner has been extremely impressive as well for us.
Yeah, we keep on seeing them in like the top 6 all the time. They're always there. Maybe not too many kills to back it up, but hey, it's all about getting those points. And it doesn't matter where you're getting them from. They're doing a great job on the placements, but I want to see a little bit more kills since they're always towards the end game, and just being able, you know, sometimes screw the placement points and just go for the fights, go for the kills, try to get a few more kill points. That is going to be better for you in the long run, I think.
Yeah, exactly. And all right, let's take a look at the bottom half of the leaderboard, the important one. What we're focusing on today is those 4 bottom teams. By the end of the day, we will see the teams that are not playing in our first league weekend here. And what I think is really important to mark out here for us is obviously that the first weekend of the league is really important, because that is where you really kind of settle down on what are the loot spots that you're dropping on. Because like when you go back as a team and you look, okay, how did the first league weekend go? Where did the teams go? That is where you really hunker down and really show where you intend to loot for the rest of the tournament as well.
Exactly, because right now during the qualifiers we have 20 teams. We're swapping 4 teams out every game, but during the league play itself, which is gonna start next week, you're only gonna have 16 teams, the same 16 teams you're gonna be playing against every single game. So it is very important that you get yourself that loot drop that you want. Now, being one of the teams down here, you might not be as comfortable, you might not be able to contest to get you that spot right now. The most important thing for you, if you're sitting down here on this page, is to make sure that you're grabbing a few more points. I'd say Storm Gaming and Honored Souls, sure, they are sitting pretty comfortable, but Fact Esports are down below from 13th down to 20th place right now. All of those teams today will be fighting to get into the league play next week.
Yeah, and you know, just one top 3 placement with a few kills here and there is actually going to put you quite far ahead, because the leaderboard is so damn close, as you see right here. Only 11 points from 12th and down to 17 is the difference right now. And all right, for us here, let's talk about some of the predictions here. What are the teams that you think that is potentially going to be able to make it away from the bottom of the leaderboard and make it away from the top or the bottom 4 to make sure that they're staying into the league here?
I mean, one of the teams that we actually talked about earlier got to be Quick Revenge, because they have the frying pan. We saw them, of course, they have a lot more kills than the other teams that is down there. And I think that is one of the most important things, to be able to get those kills, because the kills will just make sure that you get yourself a pathway into the next circle, and you're gonna reach more towards the end game in an easier way, not just getting the circle on top of you and maybe getting to the end game and the placement points because of that. You need to frag, you need to fight your way, and getting those kills is gonna be important, especially if you're down there, because getting those kills will mean that you're gonna be more comfortable and yeah, just hitting those shots.
I'm actually going to go with another team that is currently in the bottom 4, Brazilian Killers. I feel like we saw some good stuff from them on day 1. If they're able to get up onto that level here, I feel like they could definitely be one of the teams that is going to be pushing themselves away from our bottom 4. But then again, it's going to be a really rough day. We're going to be focusing on that kind of bottom half of the leaderboard a lot today. So obviously still continuing to focus on our winners, and that's important as well, because they're fighting to be in their best form of their lives for the league for us, so they can stay in a good form for the final, where they're going to be fighting for those PMPL America spots.
Yeah, 100%. I do think it is very important. It's going to be rough on some of the teams here in today's games. Like, if you don't do good in the first game, it might be a little bit bad for you to come into the next games. But nothing is over until we play the last game. That's when we have the results. Before that, anything could happen.
All right, I want to thank you so much to our sponsor as well here for PMPL Brazil. We are joined by Realme this time around, and thank you so much for joining us and sponsoring this event. We're extremely excited to have you guys on board here, and we're obviously going to be showing a bit of the the sponsor spots throughout the games as well. But for us here, we're going to be playing our first map today, and we're going to be playing 2 times Miramar, 2 times Sanhok, and only 1 time Erangel here. What do you think about starting here on Miramar?
I mean, starting off of Miramar, there's one team that has 2 chicken dinners, and both of them comes on Miramar so far, and that is Rise Esports. And I'm hoping we see more of them on Miramar itself, especially on a day like this, having 2 games on Miramar. I want to see them do a little bit more. And I mean, if that's their best map, that's what you want to see. You want to just see shared domination from them. But also, I want to say Alpha 7. I'm still looking for that chicken dinner, you know. Everybody at home rooting for Alpha 7, they're also getting a little bit hungry there. They need that chicken dinner. They want it. They need to feed themselves.
Yeah, for sure. And for my case here, it's definitely, you know, Inco Gaming. They are in a case where they haven't gotten a chicken dinner yet. We want to see that from them. Miramar is a map where they're going to be completely fine with their play style, a little bit more aggressive style, and potentially push for the win here and use a little bit more of utility users, and they could easily clutch a chicken dinner here. But I would definitely like to see more from Rise as well here for us. Yeah, it would be super nice to see. They showed us, you know, records so far, and if they're able to step up to the plate here, it's going to be good to see some more kills and some more frags from them, because it's quite impressive yesterday. Yeah,
100%. And there is this is it, Miramar. That's where we're gonna start today, of course. And as you mentioned earlier, we're gonna play on this map twice today. So one of the maps that we'll be playing on twice, and going into the desert, we all know it, we all love it. It is very open. You need to be good on those rotations. We've seen some circles, some plane paths that has been really bad for teams, but what I'm trying to, what I looked for yesterday was more of those big rotations of some of the teams when they have a bad circle against them. And yeah, I feel like we saw a little bit more of that yesterday, and hopefully we'll keep on seeing that, see more teams adapting to the kind of play style that is happening in this lobby right now.
Yeah, for sure. Miramar, one of my favorite maps, if not probably my favorite map at the moment here. I love the strategic point of view from Miramar. And obviously here we're starting off with a really nice plane path here. We're starting over on the north side of La Cabrera, and then we're going to be flying down over Los Leones and ending down on the southeast here. So 11 o'clock-ish to 5 o'clock-ish plane. Perfect, open nearly for everything here. Let's see if we get any hot drops, any contest on early on here for us.
For once, getting that good plane path. I don't even know what this will mean for the circle. Does this mean we'll have a even more terrible circle than we've had so far?
Yeah, that would be crazy. Like a Valdemar minus del Sur or something like that. That'd be insane.
I mean, imagine if we get like a Campo Militar circle now, and it just keeps on going to the north. It's just like hard shifting time after time. Oh, it would be fun to see, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I would like that. I would be completely fine with that. That's okay. Well, we can do that. Let's set a bad circle. The players are gonna hate us for it, but you know what? We're gonna talk some nice things about it, and they'll be fine in the end here. You know what? We'll have these kind of curveball circles, because that really shows what the teams are made of, and that is where we feel like the really good teams, they shine. That we see their decision making, and it's going to be a plain old standard circle. Basically all the teams are already in, except the ones that dropped on the northwest side. So this is where we're going to see a lot of teams go for information early on high grounds. We're going to have a contest though here in La Cabrera between Art of Battle and Smoke for us.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not a bad thing, right? Going for the contest, especially if you're a team like Smoke. We talked about it. They need some more kills. They can do it, and the Art of Battle as well. Like they're not really sitting in the cast. Well, they are actually. Now that I'm looking at it, so both the teams actually need to be doing good, but it is a big town. Let's see what they're gonna do. Looks like they're gonna opt to just like boost up, getting ready for that battle already. Just making sure if they take a hit, they're already boosting up. It's so crucial getting like all that information. Where are the others going? Where can we actually try to like get a first knock on them? Because getting that first knock means that you might get yourself that upper hand and maybe do something about it.
Exactly. Also here, Black Dragons and Crick Revenge is in Los Leones, a very shareable town, massive, the biggest town across all our maps, only contested by Georgia Pole, but that is separated by a big portion of water, so that's not even close actually here. So they're going to be fine sharing it, and they're somewhat close, but they're definitely aware of each other's position here, and they're going to be sharing, the west side and the east-northeast side of this area. So it's going to be completely easy peasy for them. Decent entry into the circle. One team is going to go on the west side and drive north. Another team is going to go side or the east side and drive north as well, and they're going to be going quite close to it. La Bandita could be a pretty nice ending here. It's I love the kind of ball where you can play from the inside out and play it to the edges around it. It's skillful teams that are able to play around for that matter indeed, and there's a good amount of compounds that the teams can play out from, uphill, downhill, and good battles with that indeed. Let's see where we have other teams here. Ingo as well on the eastern side, northeast El Azahar for them. They have quite a lot of space ahead of them here. It's actually only Loops that is sitting on the north side of La Bandita and in Minas Gerais. So they're going to be completely fine getting into a good position. Quite deep as well here, Ingo. And I doubt we're going to see too much fight for them in the very beginning here. Could actually be nice to see them take some of the rocks here that we have seen Loops take earlier, because that would mean that Loops would have to move out of the center of the circle to take a new position. But it's definitely something we could see from Loops. But let's see what's going to happen here. We could have a little bit of standoff here. Deeks
getting a little bit closer to each other, but same time, look at the map a little bit, and as you can see, one of the players from INTC is actually just next to Loops right now. Close to Graveyard, which is also okay. Looks like Loops is gonna back off from that one, and here looks like Quick Revenge is backing off as well. Don't want to take the fight. It's not a necessary fight. Quick Revenge, sure, if you can get that first knock, sure, you might be able to get a point or two, but if you lose this fight against Black Dragon, it's going to be very rough for you. And they might be taking the right choice, because Black Dragon is a team that has nothing to lose. So basically, they could just all force him to one man and just force him to kill that guy. Doesn't matter if Black Dragon will lose two people. For them, it doesn't matter. But for Quick Revenge, losing one member is going to be very rough for them.
Yeah, for sure. Circle moving closely together and slowly as well. Obviously, it's 9 minutes from the start that the circle is going to be closing. So there's quite a long time for rotations. That's also what we're going to see from most of the teams coming in this situation here as well. Quite congested already towards the center half of the circle. If we have some rough hard shifts, it's going to be a completely different case. A lot of teams are going to be having to move. I'll take a look at Shock's Esports, currently in last place, and not too many kills just yet. One of the teams that have to step up to get out of that bottom 4 situation. And on screen we have Alpha 7, one of our favorite, and they currently don't have a chicken dinner, but they are, I think, in second place in most kills with third place, with 50 kills and 79 total points. So quite impressive for them. Usually go 50-50, or it's shared 50-50 in terms of how many points you get for placement and for kills. So they're definitely top heavy on the kills for us.
I mean, that is all good. We know that they can do better, and they probably just saving themselves a little bit, not using every strategy they have in the book right now, because they know we just need to get top 16. We'll get into league play. That's where we throw out a little bit of our strategies, but we'll bring all of them out once we reach the final, of course.
Yeah, here we see Quick Revenge, Cap Yao. We've seen some crazy arm shots. Really good ball shot coming in from Martinez. Really far with the red dot. It would probably be a different case if we saw the 3x or the 4x on that one, or the 6x for that matter. Car is smoking already a little bit.
But yeah, the car is a little bit damaged at least.
Stimming up
Still
as well.
Working.
Okay, that's a different red dot.
Ooh, interesting. Looking at the map right now, and Brazilian Killer is actually going for that wide rotation on the western side, going down to the south right now. And
yeah, that's a rotation.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is a very legit move because coming in from the west side, it's going to be pretty rough. When you have places like San Martin, Power Grid, and Picado, you kind of need to get through, which could be occupied by teams. But yeah, we go Loops. I don't know, far. number ones, you know.
And they know that because of where the plane path was that the majority of the teams is going to be centered and on the eastern side of the map. So coming in from the west southwest is actually quite clever here, as you point out, from Brazilian killers. Sure, they're going to take some damage in the first circle. It's not too much damage. It's less than 1 damage per second that they're taking. So that's going to be completely fine, making a macro rotation for that matter. But they have a team ahead of them, Honored Souls. One of the teams that have gotten a chicken dinner. Let's see what Inco decides to do. They're quite close to Loops. Loops opted to actually get further away. Loops is actually on top of the rocks that we were talking about, north of Minas Gerais.
Yeah,
and
good location to be able to grab a lot of information, of course. Having a lot of high ground. Inco, though, playing here.
Most healing from Inco, Frost. That's quite impressive. 6,400 here, Kura. And 5th place on most survival time. Good and impressive here for Inco. 6th on kills overall, but really good on their placements.
Oh, look at this though.
Miramar, yeah, you're right. Have the information from the sound cues. Yeah, for sure. You heard one. You must have heard one. All right. I don't know.
Be careful,
you're right.
yeah.
I don't think Golden knows that there's a Loops player here. Next circle pops. It doesn't make too many changes. Just a little bit further south. Still very close to where the players are. But Loops and Inco, the teams that we have on screen right now, is actually in a rough spot. Inco takes all of our guys and cars and starts moving on the eastern side, clockwise around the circle, tries to get in there. Loops is seeing this and could potentially gatekeep this for us.
Yeah, I'm guessing that Inco is going to try to go down to the compound east of Minas maybe and try to take that one across the road, you know. It's not bad to play from in the second circle. Meanwhile, we see Loops going straight towards La Bendita, basically. Because taking that compound right now, you don't want to commit too much coming into circle 2 already if you don't have all the information. And right now, if you just send it in towards the center, you're basically just doing a blind rotation. If you're Inco, but if you like Loops, you had one on the high ground, getting that information is good. We go first knock of today.
All right, let's see what happens here. Is he going to be able to swing it up? McGrillen, he makes something happen here. View Keat, one of the teams that we've been quite impressed with. Shots coming in from Jello, flushing Pereira from Intense Game. All right.
Yeah, him being a little bit ahead of the team means that he didn't really get the backup that he could have needed for that situation. Myth taking some shots, a little bit, but not gonna find himself a knock yet. Getting those thumbs warmed up for now.
More shots coming in from Loops. A fight between some of our top teams here, folks. This would be interesting to follow.
These are two teams that has nothing to lose, so it's very nice to see because you want to see them going aggressive and like make a statement against the other team. Once you get a knock, you know, they know each other who's gonna be who. That's when you want to see, okay, let's go full ham on this fight, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Toiko, look at this.
Aggro play style here.
Trying to bait them out. Is it working though?
I took a headshot on the 3 helmet.
I mean, they did peek there. Rice did peek, but Loops didn't get a knock from that. Yeah, makes it back. Toiko makes it back to his team. He's gonna try to heal up a little bit. Maybe do another little bait run. Meanwhile, Rice. They gotta back off. Okay, they're gonna back off. They don't want to take this fight right now. Maybe get himself into a better position. I don't know.
Toiko. Alright, Minas General is moving. Nino with the flush here onto Fact, one of the teams that have to stay away from that bottom 4, quite close to Brazilian Killers, just 5 points.
Yeah. Have to be a little bit more careful, but we'll have to see what happens. Of course, losing a member right now, it's not the end of it, but it's not Really good. Okay, new circle has popped in. Looks like we're gonna go towards the crater, and I have 2 teams in there already. And of course, one of the teams is gonna be Quick Revenge, which is really good to see because they are one of the teams who actually need this a lot right now. They need to get a better placement and in the overall leaderboard, and that could help them out a lot.
Yeah, for sure. Let's see here. Brazilian Killers decide to do Gusta. In a rough spot. Inco, one of the teams that definitely decide to pull up on that one here. Toiko managing to get that as well. Chief pushing. More shots are coming in for Condosen here onto smoke in the distance.
Loops here, opting to play on the edge of the circle. Taking some shots though. Alright, Inco finding a little bit here on Brazilian Killers as well. A lot more fighting than I thought would happen on this circle, honestly, because there's still like a lot of room to play, especially on the south side. A lot of teams are opting to go for it. See Loops here fighting again. And it looks like they're gonna be ahead here against Smoke Esports. But they have Ardozen knocked. Should be fine though. Smokes are getting deployed. The cover is there as well, and the revive is on its way.
Alright, Honored Souls. Let's see what you got, Kate, here on the southwest side. Are they able to do anything? No, just yet. I don't think so.
You can see that a lot of the teams that are already safe, they know that they're gonna move through to the league play. They are playing more of the gatekeeping right now, playing the edge of the circle. They know that all the teams need to get in, and they just want to shoot a little bit, right? Getting warmed up for the day, and all the other teams that are kind of in the cusp that needs to get in, either they're already inside the fence in a good spot, or they need to try to make their way in, and they're gonna have a rough time with all these teams that are sitting safe and just like trying to gatekeep everyone.
All right, Nino.
Ooh,
Nice headshot onto Guerrero. More shot. Oh my God, getting my close to super low there for us.
just one shot away.
Are they gonna aggro this? Miss as well. They are getting the knock, pushing in on that. I like that. Well played by Nino and Honored Souls. Aggressive playstyle, but they're going up against Revo. Our current top MVP shots are coming in. Oh, getting
good
Revo
shot
down. Oh, he gets him down, Nino.
Oh, he did, yeah. That is huge. That's 2 down on Alpha 7, and they keep on pushing this. Look at Myth. He wants more. He knows that he's nearby, which is exactly where. But it's step by step here. Good push from Honored Souls. That nade, of course, getting Mafioso down as well. And
the last player is on the north side of it. Myth knows that Swagman is up there. Flushes are coming in. Swagman is actually low as well, less than 60 HP. I think it looks like.
he's gonna need to do a clutch here.
Nate's coming in. All right, 70
Oh,
HP. So.
good nade to start things off with. Finds the second one. No, he doesn't.
Ooh, that was close.
That was a good nade to start things off with, but it's not going to be enough. Alpha 7, it's going to be the first team to go out here in the first game. But again, they're sitting in a comfortable position, but well played from Honored Souls there. Putting that pressure right after getting that knock.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Lohan. Oh my God. Absolutely flying in.
Okay.
Adrian and Revo
Okay.
stars. Okay, start off with that one. 3 vest on him as well.
The 3 times MVP, man. Oh, he goes down to the third party from the INTC there. Just a little bit downhill.
Oh,
But
no.
some superhero move there.
Oh, nice shot, Lohan. Coming in, quick revenge. Instant pushing here. That was unfortunate for Vivo Keat. And INTC with the third party. Perfect pull up from this situation here for us.
Yeah, they're far outside the circle right now. So they know, hey, if we just back off, we can't really do that because they're so close.
Okay.
That's a good nade from Lohan. And not gonna really get a knock though. But as you can see, having the high ground, they can just look down, they can look over, and they get so much information. They know when INTC will be pushing there.
All right, Black Dragons as well. Coming in, Inco with the back. Oh my God, what a perfect push. I love to see that.
Good trade.
Talents. Knock is there as well, smoking off. Oh, he got hit. That's a good shot there from the side. Inco trying to defend this side here, close to Los Leones. Circle has popped. It is centered over the north side of Los Leones on top of the ladder. On Lohan. Let's see what he does here. Oh, what a nice push. Good timing as well. He's on fire as well. I think he's going to be out. Makes it just. Oh, he's taking fire.
Okay, he gets away for now. But the question is how long will he revive, keep himself alive for, though?
They're hunting him. They know he's there, gonna heal. Circle did quite a lot of damage for that matter.
Oh, Ground Zero is in front of him as well, so just keep on going forever either.
45 players, 44 players now. 14 teams, 43, 41, going down rapidly here. We're down to 12 teams now. Inko goes out, so does Intense Game on 13th place. They have 1 kill though, so they're getting something out of the game rather than going out without any points. Now Loops, all 4 guys alive, pushing and advancing onto this, looting a little bit, and then they're going to be pulling up as well into a really good spot. Actually, they have quite open space ahead of them, and they can take some shots from some of the teams because they're playing 2 guys in the buggy rather than playing with just 1. More shots coming in. Oh, hitting so much as well. Oh, they blew him up, didn't they?
They did.
Toyko trying to get some information. They are on the northeast side of the edge. They have quite good terrain ahead of them here. They can go and play in below the silos if they want to, and they're going to be in a pretty decent spot. Brazilian Killers is ahead of them in the concrete area. Let's see what they decide to do. Northern Circle, this is the best it could potentially be for Loops, and it ends on top of Brazilian Killers.
It's a rough circle for some of the teams, but it's going to be an interesting one for sure. Ground Zero, 2 kills already. That is great to see, and all 4 still up. And I want to see them take these fights now, put themselves into a good position, but make sure that they can take the fights. Right, they're doing right now, just like peek over, peacock everyone, just shoot at everyone that moves around right now.
Oh, that's a good knock onto Ground Zero, and they're taking fights and taking shots from multiple angles here. I think he's gonna get flushed. I don't see that. I don't see that rest happening, honestly.
Maybe if they can get a few more smokes out there.
Don't you think INCC would start to take some shots at them again?
Maybe, but he should be in a safe angle in that dip. He has some little ridge line there that is safe. But Loops is gonna take control of the situation instead. He saw that as well.
I like that. That's a great push onto the concrete, playing uphill with their back safe. Kados, and that's a good nade. That's a dangerous nade. Now didn't connect just too much. Half between Chief. More nades are coming in from Doug. Ground Zero.
There we go. Duck got 1. Got Chief.
Oh, good nade from Doug. More shots on the other side. Demeanor going down as well. Loops in a rough situation. Just Toyko left standing here.
This is what I'm talking about. Ground Zero now showing up. They need this. They need this badly right now. They need all of the points they can get. And they are coming up here against the #1 team currently, Loops. They're doing such a great job here. Hopefully they can keep up putting that pressure, but you gotta be careful. They do have INTC just behind them on the west side as well.
All right, Doug, what do you got here? Trying to fight off multiple teams in this angle. You should go out, clear one angle, make sure that Loops is not there anymore, and then they can pay with their backs safe. 100 souls getting into one of the ridges. That's actually quite a good macro rotation. They have the high ground in the distance as well. They could put themselves up for a good game. Rise has to get off the edge on the left side, but let's see here what INCC does.
I mean, Rise is still inside the next circle right now. They have the high ground. They can basically look down on everyone if they could get rid of Arn Souls. But right now, let's keep an eye on Ground Zero. They are the ones in the cusp. They're doing a great job here right now, trying to move out of it. Matthias, it's not going to go down to that nade. Gonna heal up. Doesn't have any first aids left. Gonna go for the bandages.
Oh, nice trade.
Duck goes down. But as you're saying, Matthias gets the trade there. Important trade. Very important. Getting more damage. That was a confirm as well in that kill.
Nice.
Oh, good by Lucas as well.
Actually getting the rest off. They're going to be playing 3 guys strong with this one. 6 kills so far with a knock as well on Zero from INCC. Renyan's on a lot of fire behind that. But the boss is probably going to be trying. Oh, it's blown up already. All right, so they can't do too much. Trying to shoot the feetsies of him. And unfortunately, doesn't have 2 big feetsies, so they can't hit it easily enough.
We have a new circle though. It's gonna be on the south side of the road basically. So all of the teams here, it's gonna be INTC, Ground Zero, and last member of Loops, Toiko. They need to move to the south side of the road. That's gonna be troublesome. We have a few teams on that side already holding it down, but also they're gonna need to battle each other out. Lucas getting another one there, you know, just casually grabbing some points, grabbing some kills. 7 kills so far from Ground Zero. This is amazing. We've seen them with 5 kills coming in after 8 games. Now they're doing this in just the first game here today.
Yeah, more than doubling their overall kills in just 1 game after 8 games played is amazing. Shock's trying to get in as well. 1 knockdown is down to Ace, and he's going to take a buggy, try to fly off and try to get into a better location, but he's going to be met by Brazilian killers and Rise if he tries to push into that spot here. Honored Soul is going to take a fight with Rise. I like this. They have to fight for that southwestern side, and they didn't want Rise on the high ground. That's a close nade for us.
Really close. Good little duck there, making sure he doesn't get hit by a nade. He does get a little bit of damage from that one, but look at Myth, he's flying in.
No way.
Wait, Nino's coming in as well. They're going for this. They know they need to take this fight right now, but because whoever's winning this fight can move on to the next circle. Good shots by Nino, finding the first one there on Mufasa. Now they just need to find all the others as well in all of these smoke clouds there.
All right, Nino, that's what you got here, right? Trying with the utility. Nope, that's denied straight up by Honored Souls. So well played.
GCM also took out Loops there, as I can see, and it looks like they're going to take out INTC as well. Yep, they do, and that means that they have won the fight on the northern side. You question yourself if they can make it over now. Okay, they might be inside. It might just be inside here, and having those cars cover, you can watch and see what's going on, grab some information before determining what the next move will be.
Brazilian Killers here, one of the teams with a lot of players alive as well. Honored Souls in a good spot. They have the high ground, they have the lower ground, and they're controlling the majority of the circle from the west side here. This little bowl from GC God is one of the best areas to play, especially when you have no one on the high ground above you. Brazilian Killers is going to have to use some utility and make sure that Shocks and Fact Esports doesn't get close to them here. Nades are coming in from Nino.
Good nade.
Could be a good nade for sure. Does some damage to them. And look, Myth on a high ground spot here.
I mean, he's getting so much information from that high ground, just revealing all the information where everybody is and just handing over that information to the rest of the team. And yeah, that is great. Like they have so much control like now. If you look at the new circle as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Got 12 kills. That is actually insane.
That's going to be a hard Molotov. Even with a baseball arm, you're not going to be able to throw that long.
Look, in the start of the day, our souls were on the bottom part of the level, right? And say, hey, we don't want to be down there. We're going to show you why we're not going to be down there.
Exactly. Oh, what a nade. Nino actually is showing up. 14 kills on Honored Souls, and they have so much control, as we were talking about before. So only 2 teams with 1 and 2 players on Shock and Fact. So they're going to have a big fight with Brazilian Killers later. Let's see how much they get out of that one, though. Brazilian Killers have secured themselves a good spot. Shock's now for the heels. 7 first days on him.
Still good games from a team like Ground Zero, from Shocks, from Brazilian Killers. 3 teams actually need that. Meanwhile, Honored Souls, they are just smurfing in this lobby right now. They are just grabbing kill after kill here.
All right,
and it looks like no one can stop them. No one is able to do anything about it. Brazilian Killers are basically getting help by Fact as well. They can't really move anywhere.
Oh, the bait with the buggy. I like that. No,
good shots.
Myth taking down his 3 versus 3 with Honored Souls.
Oh, Maya got the information there. I don't think he has any utilities to go for that, securing that kill.
Frog in the distance as well, Frost. And look at this. Shocks is
now it's time for Shocks. Grab those extra points. Come on. No. So close.
Frog actually did get a few of them and is flushing a little bit now. And they're getting the revive off that one. Nice push here by Nino. What a game from him. 7 kills so far. 5. Oh, is that a flush? He actually did get 1. That's really well played here by Fact, actually. Making sure that they get to 2nd place. But it's a winner-winner chicken dinner for Honored Souls. The 2nd time we see that from them. They're going to be pushing them so far on top of the leaderboard here, pushing themselves out of the bottom 10.
Yeah, I mean, what a great game from Iron Souls. They started off today being on the second half of the leaderboard in 11th place, but this one will push them up a lot, though. They played that so well. I mean, from the start to the end, basically, it was all about Arnold Souls here, especially towards the end game. And Nino, I'm going to count with him being our MVP for this one.
Yeah, for sure. Let's take a look at that once we get back from the break. We're going to be in a short break, and we have 4 more games of PMPL Brazil. Stay tuned, guys. Welcome back to PUBG Mobile Pro League Spring 2022 Brazil. That's a long one. We'll get that every time for us, I'm sure. We just had our first game here in Miramar, and it was a crazy one. And a lot of our teams that needed to perform for us, they did.
I mean, that is great to see. Like, sure, the first 2 days has been rough teams, but you know, coming in here today is the last chance for them to make it to the league play, and they're stepping up straight away here, knowing that every game will count, every game will be super important for them, and being able from the get-go here, driving himself a lot of points.
I feel like while we're looking at the replay here, we're going to talk a little bit about Loops on screen. I feel like what we saw from Loops is like these guys are playing it like they're in first place, playing aggro,
Yeah.
you know, playing for the kills, for the plays, to take those fights, because right now they can afford to.
They can afford to do basically whatever they want, and one of the best things you can do is, like, when you have a lead like this, it's basically just go. Do not care about what anything happens, because you know you're safe, you're good, you don't need a single more point. And if you're having fun, that is the best chemistry you can have on a team, and it's gonna be a morale boost, not just for today but also in the future as well, looking back at things like this.
Yeah, for sure. Brazilian Killers needed to have a good game, Sharks needed to have a good game, Fact needed to have a good game, and they all were in the top 4 for us. That was super important for them, and our bottom 8-ish leaderboard is going to be so close now.
Also, of course, I want to mention Ground Zero as well. They weren't in top 4, but they were in the top 5. They got themselves that 5th place. I think they had 7 or 8 kills to back it off. Could have been even more, because there was a few that we kind of missed, like that was outside the screen towards the end there. It was just full chaos all over the place.
Yeah, and Honored Souls with being the 4th team with 2 chicken dinners, super impressive from them. And we're gonna see Nino with the 1K club here, 1029 damage and 7 kills for him. Super well executed by Honored Souls in this game for us.
Super nice to see, actually. I mean, we saw it time after time, and he was just making those kind of plays there, making sure that he was just pushing time after time. Also, of course, Mythic, you see him on 2nd place on both kill and damage. We saw him just flying in and stuff like that with the vehicles, and that's the thing, right? Not only are they able to perform like this, but they're also entering. They're the ones who are entering the fights, just flying in into the middle of a team and making things happen.
Yeah, exactly. And you know what? In the case like this, we see another case of Little Boy here from Influence Rage. We saw him play super well yesterday, and he did well again now. Let's take a look at the total match standings from this last match, the first one of the day. And let's see how it panned out for Honored Souls. Honored Souls obviously going to be in the top 32 points for us, twice as much as Fact.
I mean, that is enormous. 17 kills. It's not really 20k club, but you know, it is getting there. It is getting there. Maybe they'll be able to. One of the big things that we're talking about, the top 5 there, except for Honored Souls, those are teams that actually need these points so much right now, and it is great to see that they are able to step it up straight away here. A team like Ground Zero, for example, coming into this, they only had 5 kills throughout 8 games, but only in this game alone being able to grab those 9 kills and getting those 6 placement points, getting that 5th place, that is awesome to see.
Yeah, and while we take a look at the bottom half of the leaderboard, I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the teams down here, because out of battle, they needed to do well. They're going to push themselves away from the bottom 4, and they're probably going to be in the bottom 4 after this, because they only had 2 points this game. Some other teams that we saw down here is a kind of unexpected: Alpha 7, Inco, Intense, Rise Esports. Some of the teams that have been playing super well throughout our last 2 days. They're starting the day with a bit of a slow one here. It's not going to matter too much because they basically already secured themselves, but this means that the teams that had to do well, they had space to do it as well, because our really good and well-playing teams were out early for us.
I mean, yeah, it's going to be real interesting towards the later stage here today, towards the last 2 games, to see what's going to be happening depending on who's sitting out and so on. But of course, it's got to be a little bit rough for some of the teams. Quick Revenge, Smoke Esports, 2 teams towards the bottom that need a lot of points as well. Not getting too much from this one. I mean, Quick Revenge, sure, 4 points. Not too bad, but Smoke right now, you're gonna have a little bit more to work against here in the upcoming games.
Yeah, all right, let's take a look at our MVP for this match here from the overall standings throughout what they're able to do, and it's of course Nino from Honored Souls. Not as much as 99999 damage, but it's the 1k club for damage here. 1029, a lot of healing because they're fighting throughout a lot, and they're playing super aggressive, pushing Rise in that top 1 for us.
I like it. I like it. We've seen them being a little bit aggressive, but not as much as we've seen them in this game alone. This game was just another level from Honored Souls. The whole team was basically super aggressive, and Nino especially, I'd say. We saw him basically entry fragging in every fight. He was just going for the flanks. He was making those moves for the team. So not only is he top damage, top kills, being the MVP, but overall making such good calls there, making those moves for the team, being able to move on in the game.
Yeah, all right. Honored Souls, obviously, with an absolute amazing game for him. Let's take a look at the overall standings here for us. This is the big one, because the changes are happening so much. We're not going to talk too much about our top ones. There are some changes back and forth a little bit. A big one is obviously that we're getting a lot of points here. And Ingo, Honored Souls jumps from 11th place to 5th place with 2 chicken dinners, and now joins the top 6, where 4 of our 6 teams has 2 chicken dinners each.
Yeah. But that also showcases how good Inco game and how consistent they've been throughout all of the games, like you're being with the placements. Because if you look at the kills as well, it's a little bit lower than all the other teams, but they have 0 chicken dinners compared to all the other teams up there, and that kind of showcases everything, right? How good they've actually been, and that's what you want to see. Consistency is key.
While Inco is starving here, our top half of the leaderboard, let's take a look at the bottom half of the leaderboard, because there is some changes and the leaderboard is going to be so close. Smoke Esports is now our last place team, because Shock's Ground Zero Mercenaries had such a good game. And as I was talking about before, out of battle, we're playing here, and now they're 3 points ahead of Never Down. Remember, Never Down didn't play the last game here, so they obviously have 1 more game to play, so that's important for them. Brazilian Killers puts themselves a little bit out and away here, 10 points away from what they were before, but it's still so for our Fact Esports actually up to 53. This could potentially put them close to where the save should be for them now, putting themselves 10 points ahead of Storm Gaming for us.
Yeah, I mean, I'd basically say that they are sitting pretty comfortable with 53 points, but I mean, what we saw in the last game there, that kind of tells the story, right? Anybody can rise up from the bottom there and make the way out from it, so it's gonna be a big battle here coming up throughout the whole day on who's gonna be the bottom 4, because no one wants to be there. You're always gonna have some teams that has to be there though, and it's not a great look, but a team, you see the teams like Ground Zero and Shocks that played in the previous game, they were very towards the bottom there, but they managed to salvage that really well, and they're pushing themselves up slowly but steadily, and that's the whole thing. As long as they make it through and make it out of the bottom 4.
All right, let's take a little bit of a showcase here in some of our teams. We're going to be flying through many of the teams that we haven't seen so far. We're going to take a look at Storm Gaming here, a team that didn't play the first match, but they're going to be playing our next 4, and they're still out of the bottom 4. I'm pretty sure they're going to be having some good matches here now that they can get the ball rolling. For us, do you think they're going to be able to stay out of our bottom 4, Storm Gaming?
I'm pretty confident to say that, yes, they will stay out of it. I feel like they've still been a little bit on the low ground. We haven't really seen too much from them compared to what we know, what potential they actually have, especially with Dadin on the team as well. We want to see a little bit more coming out from them. Hopefully today will be that day to make sure that they don't get down towards the bottom.
Right. Good to see here Storm Gaming there pushing themselves onto the leaderboard from the next 4 matches and on. I want to see, more aggressive play style from them. I want to see them putting some more kills on the board, because it feels like they're in a case where they are good on kills and they're not as good on their placement points, not as consistent. Obviously, it's only after 8 games we can't see too much from them, but I want to see the more accurate playstyle. I want to see them secure more kills from the solo. Let's take another showcase here. We're going to take a look at Out of Battle. They're not playing in the upcoming match here, but they just played, so we only have 3 more matches, and they are super close to our bottom 4. For us, they could definitely be one of the teams that we potentially could see down there if they don't step up massively in the last 3 games of the day.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried about them, honestly. They've been a little bit too quiet right now. We want to see a little bit more from them, and it hasn't really happened yet, but I mean, it is not too late yet. There is still some more games to play, but as you're saying, they'll be sitting out the next one, so they can stand back, they can watch, see what happens in the next game. It's gonna be a Sanhok game, of course. Just gonna spoil that. So now they know that they're not playing that Sanhok game, which for me is more of a wildcard map, meaning that anything could happen. They don't want anything to happen. They want to have control over the game, and that they have a big chance to do on maps like Erangel and Miramar.
Yeah, I think it's good that they're skipping one of the Sanhoks from what we've seen from them so far. It's definitely not a map where you're able to put out the consistent placement, of course, and that's what we want to see from them. They have been more consistent in placement that they're able to do in kills. They're one of the teams that we want to see more from kills as well. Obviously, we want to see that close to 50-50 split. If you're kill heavy, that's fine, because the points from placements is going to come down the line if you have that aggro play style, because you're able to sweep out the teams and take them out if you do so super cleverly. But yeah, definitely a team that's going to benefit from playing just one Sanhok today. And I already said here, we're playing Sanhok in the next game. We're going to be playing it 2 times today. What are expectations coming in from this Sanhok here? Are you expecting some of the teams that we see with this aggro play style be able to get a lot of points from that?
Hopefully we can see a little bit more of that. And if you looked at what happened yesterday, for example, we had a boot camp ending down in Lobster where everybody was invited to the party. It was a lot of teams that was joining that party, and it's fun to see when that happens, having all of those teams especially on a map like Sanhok, and seeing all of them being alive. But one thing is for sure, it is the worst possible way to play the game if you're a player. So it's really rough for them, but we're just loving that.
Yeah, you know what, the game ending we had on bootcamp yesterday with Influencers Rage's push onto loops was just, it was perfect. The way they handled being against 2 teams at the same time, and they were not more players than them. It was actually pretty fair. One of the players made a really good push, making sure that they were holding on to one of the Black Dragon players on the side, and they took multiple battles against multiple teams and won it clean and easy. So that was good to see from them. But what I'm looking for, once we get to Sanhok, we're going to show you a little bit of the map introduction as well for it. Sanhok is going to be, super intensive. We're going to see a lot of fights. We're potentially also going to see a little bit of hot drops. But for me, what is important from Sanhok is that we have this plane, and no matter where the plane pack goes, you can basically land wherever you want. So it's up to the teams and up to the players, the playstyle that they want to do. They're deciding how they put themselves into it, and you're not going to be able to make those big rotations with the cars, with the trucks, with the vehicles to put yourself into those positions, because you're going to be heard from everywhere, because the map is so small compared to the other ones.
I mean, yeah, not needing to rotate on a map like Sanhok is super important. That's why a lot of teams like to drop towards the center. That's why it's so strong. Dropping in boot camp, being in the center from the start, as little rotation as possible to make your way into the circle is gonna be a big key of getting to the late game here.
Yeah, and while we take and fly over a little bit of Sanhok here, one of the maps that is open, it's green, and it's one of the maps where if you play clever and put yourself into a good position mid-game, you can play on foot very well because there's so much terrain to play around, ridges, rocks, trees, anything. So keeping utility is super important. I want to thank you Real Me for joining us for this event here for PMPL Spring in Brazil. We are onto a really good play path, actually, quite easily down the middle, so super fair and open for everyone. Let's see if we get some action here in boot camp for us. That's one of the ones that I have my eyes on right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we want to see, right? I think it was Alpha 7 and Influence Rage that we saw playing there, and both of the teams should be playing in this one.
Right.
And the thing with that is also that both of those teams are sitting pretty comfortable as well for the week. So it wouldn't surprise me if we see a little contesting, a little battle, a little hot drop in bootcamp, and looks like our wishes might come true here.
That would be nice to see.
Actually, yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah, it could look like it. Loops get Penang to themselves one of the better places.
That circle.
That's a circle and a half right there, southwest. That's one of the harder ones. It's obviously not the small island on the northwestern side, but hard to get to indeed.
Oh,
Revo is down super early from Federal, so that's well played by those guys. And unfortunate for Alpha 7 to lose their MVP star player. It's swapped around a little bit. Alpha 7 had control of the west and the northern side before, but now Alpha 7 doesn't have that anymore. They're actually kind of pushed out to the south side, and only two of the players is here. Mafioso. Let's see where the other players are at. Are they further east, maybe?
Not completely sure, but this is the wait. He's on the west side.
Oh, he's already in the
middle
circle.
In Inco. But this is the thing, right? Both of these teams are sitting comfortable going into league play. They both want boot camp for themselves. So that's why we see them contesting for this. Both of them want to have it for themselves. They don't want anybody else to go for it, because this is going to be kind of a bad thing going into the league if they keep on dropping each other. But we might see it happen there as well. But both of them try to take control over this drop spot. And not only this time, right in the last game, both of these teams will be playing as well. So we might see another hot drop, but that is later on. So one game at a time.
Yeah, exactly. Alpha 7 here. Carrillo manages to loot this area, but it definitely looks like Inco is aware of his position here. That is some fast looting if I've ever seen one here. Carrillo gonna be trying to disengage from this fight here. So does Swagwin actually as well from Mafioso, trying to get into a better spot, cross the bridge early, and once we see the minimap, the most damage here on Alpha 7 is actually quite impressive. That's quite insane. I actually didn't expect to see that from them. I actually see in the circle here, nobody in ruins, nobody in the little cross compound where you're crossing for the bridges from boot camp, so they can actually cross that. Also, Penang is being left by Loop, so they can get a good position. So all those really incremental and important areas where you have to cross the water to get onto the new little small island on the southwest, it's actually quite open, so that's going to be completely fine for the majority of the teams to get on there. Flamingo, though, an INTC on a fight. It's coming out. See what's going to happen with that one. Flamingo.
Looks like they're going to back off a little bit for now. They don't want to really take the fight. They're basically between bootcamp and Paradise, so on the cusp of this of the next circle. Not really a necessary fight, but in the end, it's not a bad thing to take a fight this early on. Most of the teams are going to be spread out, so if you can have a fight this early on, you're not going to get third-partied most likely, and you can work a little bit on your Sanhok fighting skills. But I want to see some of the teams sitting on the cusp like this one, ground zero, again, need to move their way in, need to settle themselves down towards the center of the circle because they don't want to be rotating too much.
Right.
But we'll have to see what happens with that, because right now they're just east of the quarter. The yellow dots there. Sorry, not the yellow ones. Where are they?
Ground zero is in the south side by a sand.
Yeah. There they are.
So they're in a pretty decent spot. They can run north, decent. And they're going to be in a good situation here. Brazilian Killers and Shocks, though, There's a whole different case on the eastern side.
Two teams who definitely need it.
Yeah, that needs it, and that is basically with 4 other teams close to them on the eastern side. So many teams there. I didn't expect 5 teams to be, you know, like Camp Charlie and Cave, and they have to get in the same side. So if the circle doesn't swing on the east side, we're going to have a lot of pressure coming in from the east side from those teams. So they're going to be fighting on the edge later. Let's keep our eyes on that one here. Zero is molotoving a little bit. He has an idea that the guy might be a player close, but it looks like he actually run away. So
burn away those rocks.
Yeah, just making sure that nobody's looking at that. Using a lot of utility on that.
A lot of utility.
Yeah, he's committing a lot of utility. That's fine if he can either get a knock or a kill or secure his team to make sure nobody's there. But there's nobody there. Flamengo disengaged and backed off from the fight. So let's see what they are deciding to do here. GG play. We saw some nice shots with the MK14, and he did some good plays. We need to see more of that from them. Some more top 5, top 6 placements with kills to see what they're made of. It's one of the teams that we have high hopes of, but they're not just among those top 5 favorites just yet from what we've seen from them so far for us.
Just outside of it, but they could definitely be one of those teams. And again, like in the qualifiers, top 16 is what matters, and else than that, it doesn't really matter because the points you're getting here is not going to matter going into the league play itself. League play itself, that's where you gather your points, where you can move on to the final. So getting that top 16 is all that matters. Everything else is just going to be practice.
Exactly. All right. Storm game coming in. Haven't played the first match, but they're going to be playing the next 3 after this one, and including this one, obviously. So that is driving so fast. It's going to be hard to track that all the way from Shocks. Nope, not going to be able to. So they're just sending it towards the sender.
I respect that from
of the
Shocks,
fast cars. Yeah, for sure.
Trying to set up a little roadblock there.
Yeah, one of the fast rotations. Not catching anyone though, and do they have vehicles themselves?
I mean, that's the thing, right? Being on Sanhok, you're not expecting too many teams to rotate on vehicles.
Right.
And basically, Shocks was probably not expecting a team to drive by there and spawn in a vehicle. But with Storm, on the other hand, on foot, they would have had all the information, and they would have been able to shoot them easily.
All right, Alpha 7 losing 1 player here to Loops. Mafioso gone down. Swagman still alive here, as we see on screen.
Carillo also.
Yeah. And Cardoso and the boys from Loops, they are in a really good spot. High ground, center circle. They are chilling right now.
Feels like a typical Loops play, right? Basically having one of the best spots on the map and just like, okay,
it's
we don't
classic.
need to do too much more right now.
Classic Loops. If they continue this throughout the league and also able to replicate that kind of game style and play style and game sense that they've had so far in the qualifier here, if they're able to do that in the finals, they're definitely a team that we're going to be looking at having in the top 5, top 3.
100%. Storm though, so trying to make their way in, looking around, being a little bit careful. It's good. They are inside the circle and they don't need to care too much more than that. They're just trying to find. They know that Shocks was shooting them earlier, but Brazilian Killers is gonna swim in south of them. I don't think that they've spotted them yet. Storm hasn't spotted them, so you gotta be careful about that one.
The most unexpected stuff that you can do is those kind of moves, and if you're able to succeed from that, they could get into a fantastic location from it.
Yeah. Unpredictable for the other teams. Loops, another fight against Inco this time. It's gonna be some trades back and forth.
Domino got down though.
Yeah. And there's no further pressure here from Loops.
He can't see the knock. He can't see the rest.
They're very spread out as well. So if anyone goes down on Loops, they basically can't really get the revive right now. That's basically what we saw with Domino as well.
And Ingo with 2 kills so far. They're definitely a team that we want to see do well from what we've seen from them so far. Taking battle on multiple angles here as well, Loops. Definitely can see the confidence in these guys here. I really hope that we can see that being replicated once we get to the league play. So they don't really care as much, that they can play that same aggressive center heavy play style with the focus on kills, because that is super. Oh, nice shot on to Toyko, gone down here. Ground zero.
Ground zero.
One of the teams that needs the points here.
I mean, look at them as well. They're sitting in the center of the next circle. They lost one member. They lost Mateus, but except from that, they got themselves 2 kills already. Again, really nice. They got themselves a really nice spot, and they're all 3 playing together, and that's what I like. They're not doing a split. This is one of the fundamentals, right? When you're not doing good, fall back to group together. Don't do any crazy splits and just lose people here and there. We've seen some teams do that, but falling back to the basics here, basically, and it's working out for them.
All right, circle has popped. Did go northeast, so the vast majority of the current circle is our current playable area, and territory is in. Let's see where the teams decide to play on the next terrain.
On the south side, down
oh
here.
My God, somebody's gonna go dynamite fishing.
Dude, don't tell me they don't know about it. No, they do. They do.
Here you go. All right, lads.
Oh,
all right.
Arnold Souls. Oh, right. No.
Let's go. Dynamite fishing. Look at all.
There's no one over there. No way. They're leaving?
I guess the circle is just like, it's not worth it. They rather want to go on the western side and get in.
But they still have 2 minutes behind it. Wait.
I think one of them got knocked off the back of that water jet ski.
That's not good.
And then
oh no,
Black Dragons and INTC, they're like, all right, maybe there's some loot left here. Let's get some. And they're, oh, there's 2 teams. No, we don't want to fight for this. All
but
right.
I mean, they're both inside the next circle as well. They're totally fine with this.
Right.
Yeah, people basically just set themselves up. The circle's still so big, like right now, that if it needs to happen, yep. And we see there, 1 down from Brazilian Killers. Not too good. It looked like they had full control over that situation, but they lost it. Kadosin finding a knock there. Remember, he's alone by Painan.
Oh, shots coming in. That's super well played by Loops. Or not a well played. Well, they got executed. Well played by them. Let's see here what Storm is able to do. Some gaming. 54 players of the Live 1 team is out. The Loops are current leaders. So this is the time for a team like Inco to jump ahead on that and get into a better spot, potentially contest for that, first place. If they get a really good game, they could
Dragonfly, I think.
Ooh.
It's solo as well. With the bridge on that what Painan there.
Oh yeah, I saw that. Yeah, right. So what's a quick revenge?
Yeah.
All right. Let's see what he's up to soon.
I'm TC fighting up here with
the boot camp. It's a boot camp, boys. Influence Rage here on the south.
Oh, Influence Rage is on top of that.
And we have Black Dragons inside boot camp.
Oh, good nade.
What? Wait, did you get that?
Yeah.
I didn't see that.
Oh, they have one on the roof.
That is scary. And he sees him. They know, they're fully aware. They're
that nade could be huge. Oh
no.
They're timing from leaderboard. They do get the knock with that nade, but the trader is there straight away. What is happening?
Wait.
What?
Don't they realize that he's...
What just...
Couldn't they? Did they knock him already? Did they knock him already? Or didn't they think about that it could be him? All right, and who's taking some nice shots? Oh, he's gonna get knocked as well. I think it might be completely different to what we saw, to what really is happening here.
Yeah.
I see it with the fight with Black Dragons in boot camp, though.
Okay.
And French Raiders, they're getting their knocks off, and there's just 1 player left.
Which is some ghosting happening there.
Yeah.
Influence Rage get everybody back up. They got themselves 3 kills and they got themselves a good spot to play from in the next circle. They know that there's 2 teams fighting boot camp as well, so they can gatekeep that. Because looking at the new circle, basically a small chunk of boot camp is still inside, but they have so much control up here of Influence Rage. But I would send someone a little bit more to the south, getting that high ground again. Make sure that they can watch their backs.
Yeah, for sure. And you know what? This new circle here with the water just perfectly down the middle, a 50-50 circle, 50% chance on either side. Perfectly balanced, just like all things should be here. Ground zero mercenaries though with a fight. They need the points. They need to push themselves away. 2 kills so far on them. There are 3 guys alive. We do have smoke in there.
Two teams who actually needs this a lot,
Oh, yeah.
both of them. Ground Zero is already one member down. Remember, Matthias died early in the game. Smoke as well had lost high since earlier. First knock from Smoke there. Oh, ooh. Good push. Getting a lot of praise back and forth here. Prodigy. Ooh, actually finds stuck. Now it's just gonna be Lucas left here on Ground Zero. Is he gonna be able to clutch this 2 versus 1 right now? He does not clutch it. Gets close. Taking down Matos, but Smoke is gonna be winning that one, and Ground Zero is just gonna bring 2 points with him this game. It's not gonna be enough, but it's still a few points on the board for him, which is gonna be important.
All right, Golden here from Ingo with some good nades, putting 5 kills on the board so far on them. He did get a knock. He's not able to get the flush just yet.
We're trying to find another angle from the look of it. And meanwhile, Vitaly is gonna be flanking up here on small. You gotta be
More
careful.
utility being applied for this one here. It's a fight on the west side. That could be a good nade there. It's hard to get the nades down
Look
in this
at
angle.
Golden.
Oh yeah,
He's already down there on the angle.
This is a flank. This is a flank. If he's aware, it's gonna be good. Cello, Diego, shots are coming in. Diego half HP. Cello is gonna probably return some fire here onto Golden.
Inco with the smart rotations here. They're all surrounding Vivo Key right now. And it looks like they're going to have full control of this situation. It's just a matter of time before Inco will strike and take them down one by one on every single angle here. Look at V2. They have nowhere to go here.
God.
Oh!
McGrillen.
That's going to open things up.
All right, he did get McGrillen down though. Now the trades are coming off. Vivo Keat stars. Vitaly sees one. Oh, this is a good, really high ground.
He spotted though.
They're pushing.
Shots not connecting.
Oh, UMP. Nice shot from Diego. Vivo Keat making things happen.
Oh, Golden! That's a dirty spray.
On the 3x on that wing, it's just so overpowered. It's a 2 versus 1 right now. Nades are coming in, being applied to that. V2 could still be rescued here.
Oh, these nades.
It's so hard to get them down there. Coming in, pushing in. Nice play here from Romulusen. And he's going to be able to get over to V2. Nice. This is super well played. It almost sounds like I'm speaking Finnish there, saying V2. It's not. I'm saying saying V2. Okay, that's good.
That is nice.
Kills an Inkle.
Where was that nade from? Wait, did he? Are they getting naded from Never Down?
Oh, did he nade his teammate instead of smoking him?
Oh, what? Yeah, exactly. What's that? What just happened?
Wait, how far away are they? I am not sure. Never Down is not close. It has to be a baseball arm of a throw. He's like 50, 60 meters away from him over there. Never Down.
Could have been a baseball player. Not sure.
Yeah, Psycho, he didn't have the range each for it. Yeah, it is shot. Yeah, it's coming from Never Down and Psycho. Golden down to half HP as well.
All right,
but there's so much loot there for us. They want to get that with them once they go out.
Look at this. Rover got 13 first aids right now. Golden has 9. They know this is gonna be a rough circle right now. I think they're gonna go for the healing spell.
19, 21 first aids. All right,
that's all gonna go on one person soon as well.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, look at this next circle.
They might be able to get, close to the circle and not use them too early. And if they get into that next circle and survive that kind of Pine fight, they might be able to secure themselves a good chunk of placement points for that. Influence Rage, gatekeeping INTC coming out of boot camp. He sees him. Oh my god, he got dominated. 0 hit down with the 4x spray on the M4. Super well played. It's gonna be 4 kills for Influence.
I mean, this is why they stayed here, right? They know that there were teams over there. They know that the teams need to get out here sooner or later, and that they have a better position to walk into the circle whenever they need to. And of course, look at it. They've already scouted in. Lowboy is in this compound just a little bit south of them and already took that spot, making sure that no one is going to push up on them. We're totally fine there. Meanwhile, Inco, of course, they are trying to make their way in. As you can see right now, Roman's on his foot. Golden has no first aids anymore. He's the scout. He's just trying to make as far in as possible, make sure it's going to be free for Roman to just walk in a little bit at a time. The closer he can get to the next circle, the less damage he needs to take before he needs to start using all of those first aids. Smart move by them. Very smart.
Oh my god. That's so well played. Alright, strong game. What do you got here? You're sitting gatekeeping the teams coming in the south side. That's just maybe a good decision here for that. Certainly gatekeeping our last winner taking in a team here on Honor 12. Let's see if they're able to swing around. The urban fights here in Painan and some of the funniest urban fights you can have. Basically, it's two towns that is trying to take over each other's territory, and they're just fighting, shooting across the water. Some really guerrilla warfare style fighting. The teams are really trying to avoid that.
And honestly, like in the urban innings, you want to have as much utility as possible. A lot of teams have used a lot, but we're not going to have that because the new circle has popped in. It's just going to go northwest of Painan. So basically, it's going to be on the east of the river. We still have a bit of the west side of the river in. The bridge is still in. But overall, Flamengo right now, you can see them on the top left there on the screen. They're sitting in a really good spot there. They have a compound, but there is a road going through that compound. Flamengo has the south side. It is good. It's really nice to have that side. But they got to be careful so no one gets on that wall just outside it.
All right, Capial, quick revenge. What do you guys got? What are you going to be able to do? This next circle is brutal. So much water in play. So much of the bridge is in play as well. And there's going to be so many snakes in the water coming out biting at you. Different trade is actually in a decent spot for us. Let's see how far they're able to get it. Might be able to transform their chicken dinners onto other maps as well.
Yeah. First rate really good up there. And it looks like Black Diamond's going to uptake the north side of the compound. We're talking about Flamenco being in. But they did lose talents on the way there. Revenge. Still in Painan, but they are just on the edge of the circle. So they know they don't need to leave yet. They can try to get a few kills here and force these teams to be in the blue and have to use up all the meds and utilities if needed. Look, this is what we're talking about. Wait, no, that is gonna go down to the blue though.
Oh my god, Storm, unfortunate.
Is he gonna be able to crawl in?
He saw that. No, I think
No, I think he crawled in.
Oh, he's fine.
Yeah.
I think both Lohan as well, maybe. Lohan is on a slow knock as well. 6 kills for Quick Revenge here. They might be able to be the only team coming out of Painan with 3 guys alive.
Oh my god, look at that circle as well.
Yeah, it's insane. They're going to be able to just run into this, have control of all of the south as well. Now, Shocks, Flamengo, 2 teams you want to see more from, is taking it down to each other. Molotov. Oh, that's a
good Molotov. This is what I was talking about. If you're Flamengo, you can't let anyone get to this wall here just outside. Now, they are going to get kept in here, basically, and juggled on upon from all of the angles. This is not good at all for Flamengo right now. Let's see if they can get out of this awful situation here.
All right, Inko. Infantry, trying to see what's going to happen from this one. He actually got 2 guys down. That's so unfortunate. Nito, he's been healing, shots coming in, and he's been finished. All right, Infantry needs to go for 2 rests immediately to get this playing here. I think they're going to lose one of their players. So Shock taking stuff down here onto Flamengo. Big fight of it. Multiple
4
fights.
kills on Shots.
Yeah, exactly. Multiple fights here. Flamengo.
Oh, they're losing people though.
Oh my god. Insta flush as well. Shocks is losing.
He knows where the last one is. He heard the shots there. He got the info. He's going for it.
Well played.
Can he make it back in? Yes.
Heal fast. Make it happen here. Now they're never down in the water. The first aid's being applied by Inco Gaming. They're still outside in the water.
I think he's on the bridge maybe healing.
Ico, I think he's never down. Gigorsata and Quick Revenge, 2 guys left, 10 kills from them. Infiltration with 8 kills. This is some high kill games from these teams so far. Black Dragons is eliminated. And we're down to just never down. Influence Rage, Inco, and Revenge of the Quicks.
Quick Revenge with 10, 11 kills. Make that 11. And it's just going to keep on going. They're one of the two teams that are 3 members up right now.
He still has 5 first aids. Are you kidding me? Top 4 for them, though. Inco, a pretty decent situation because they were able to kill so many players. They were able to get all the loot. Quick Revenge on a really good side. They have to push in on Influence Rage. And the shot Quick Revenge. They didn't have any more loot or any more heals. It was running out of it, which means that he could back up one of the team's law, putting down the law onto Quick Revenge, making sure that these guys aren't pushing. Only one first aid on him. Now the Molten is going to do the same.
He gets 1!
Oh, that's big.
He only got 1.
Yeah,
but that is more than enough for now.
Oh,
because
stolen though from law.
Yeah, it was stolen.
All right, 5v3. Knocker coming in. This has to be Influence Rage's kill. It is well played by Influence Rage. The winner chicken dinner brought to you by Realme. That's so insane. 3rd win for them. The first team on 3 wins. That is super impressive. And this is their 9th game actually. So they have 33% win rate for us.
And that is just insane to see from this team. Like it felt like the first game they weren't really playing the game, right? But then yesterday they just stepped it up. They started off the day with a win, and then they grabbed another win, and here they come for the 3rd one. And I mean, already we saw them early on in the game when they were playing towards boot camp there. They were taking so much control. They knew exactly how they wanted to approach this one, this circle where all the teams were playing from. And I mean, it felt like from there on to the end, they just have full control over the whole situation.
All right, guys, this was 2 games done. We have 3 more games coming your way here for PMPL Brazil. Stay tuned, guys. We're going to be back after this short break. Welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Spring 2022 Brazil edition here. I am Avenger. This is my trusty musketeer Frost. We just had an insane game here in Sanhok with some absolutely crazy fights, especially here towards the end. Influence Rage versus Quick Revenge, and Influence Rage was able to bring their 3rd chicken dinner on the board after just 9 games for us.
Super impressive from this team, what we've seen from them so far. But you also gotta give a little props here to Quick Revenge being able to grab that 2nd place. And I mean, I'm pretty sure they had double digits on the kills as well, and that is very well needed for this team right now.
Yeah, for sure. We were talking a bit about them, a team that we expected and hoped to do well. They were somewhat close to our bottom of the leaderboard and close to being one of the bottom 4 teams. But with this here 2nd place, it's 12 points just to the placement. And as you said, quite sure they had double digits, or at least close to it, in kills as well. So it's going to be a 20-point-ish game for them, if not more. And Influence Range as well, with a good chunk of points coming their way. I think it was a total of 11 kills for them, so great to see from them as well. For us here, we're going to be looking at some of our top damage and kill leaders from this last match here as well, while we go into things. Influence Rage, a team here that I actually didn't have the highest expectations for, but they have impressed me so much, for us.
Yeah, they've been playing it really good, but they weren't really going for the kills. Ooh, another triple up there. That is got ego from Quick Revenge. So yeah, you gotta add that to Adrian now. They're gonna be next to each other with that triple.
That's super well executed here by Higasada. Very evened out as well. 5 kills, 800 damage, 4 assists for that one. That's big as well. A big impact for them here for Quick Revenge, putting himself on the leaderboard, putting himself into second place here. A good game for him. So congrats to our second triple MVP of our first weekend here for the qualifications. Quite impressive that we have 2 so far. It's quite a hard thing to do to get onto it. Usually kills and damage go hand in hand, but getting the assist as well is something that's super hard for us.
Yeah, it shows that you're just a very good all-around player, not being able to just put up the damage and the kills, but also being able to support and make sure that you're making things happening for the team by getting those assists. Sometimes, you know, you're just getting a little bit of the initial damage maybe, but then you might be doing a flank around or something, and the rest of your team just take care of what you started off there. Let's take a look here at the match standings from this last game here. How many points is coming the teams' way? Our top 8 is, of course, Influence Rage with 26, Quick Revenge with 23 as well, and only 3 teams is on you know, double digits for this one here. That's quite rare we see that, but Never Down is a team I didn't expect we were going to see in this case here, but Cyclops really did clutch it. Yeah, I mean, Never Down really needed it. This was their first game of today, only getting 1 kill, but they got some placement points there on top of that. And Smoke, Shocks, 2 other teams that also need a lot of those points right now. It's up there, but I mean, being up here, doesn't really mean that you're getting too many points. Shocks only getting 5 points, so it's not too much, but it's better than nothing at all.
Let's take a look at the later half of the leaderboard for the bottom 8 from this last match here on Sanhok. It's going to be quite a lot of points coming in the way here. It's quite spread out with the amount of kills here. Alpha 7 on 3 kills only. It's 2 semi-mediocre games for them for us. We want to see more of them. We're expecting them to be one of the teams that is going to be contesting the top 5. Maybe they're keeping their strategies secret coming into the league play and into the final, but I definitely want to see some more kills coming their way.
Yeah, I mean, Alpha 7 there, they were trying to go for the boot camp, but they had a 3-1 split. Remember that? So they lost one early on as well. Revo went down straight away. And because of that, they opted to just back out from it. But we're probably going to see another hot drop in the last game between Alpha 7 and Influence Rage in boot camp itself.
Yeah, and let's take a look at our MVP. I think there's no doubt in our minds here for us who it's going to be. It's going to be Higasada from Quick Revenge, of course. 5 kills, 3 knockouts, and 800 damage. Little healing as well. Good balance overall. In general, a game here for Quick Revenge that was needed, and a triple MVP here coming the way of Higasada.
A very needed game for this team, and also getting that morale booster, getting that triple MVP. That kind of shows you, right? But again, this is on Sanhok. I want to see the same thing happening on one of the big maps when we come down back to Erangel, coming back to Miramar. That's where you see these kind of stats coming up there as well.
All right, we're going to be taking a look at our overall standings as well, how everything has changed and how far Quick Revenge has put themselves ahead here in this case here. We're looking at Loops is still in the top 10 games played. They have 2 more games to play. Influence Rage, though, they're putting themselves into second place with this one for us.
Yeah, and I mean, as you can see as well, they have 1 less played game than Loops, but Loops keeps on grabbing those points. But Influence Rage now putting himself on that second place, and they, of course, as you mentioned, are the first team to reach free chicken dinners. And it's looking like a lot of the chicken dinners are getting grabbed by all of these teams in the top area, except for one team. Inco Gaming, still no chicken dinners, but they keeping themselves amongst the top here.
Yeah, they're starving at this point. They're gonna be so hungry if they don't finish this weekend here getting a chicken dinner. Let's take a look at the bottom half of the leaderboard here with our bottom 10 teams, and this is the important one. This is what we're looking at here for the qualification. You want to stay away from those bottom 4 spots. What I want to make sure that everybody knows here that we're looking at is that we're only playing for the top 16. You want to be in the top 16. The bottom half of the leaderboard is obviously in a case where you want to just stay away from the bottom 4, and it's super close as well.
Yeah, it's been super close, but at the same time, we've seen a lot of the teams down here towards the bottom been trying to step it up. They were pretty far behind some of the teams, but look at how close it is right now. It is so close between the teams down there that, I mean, every single point will matter from here on. Of course, you can see that Art of Battle never down, have played one less game than the others, and of course, back to Storm as well. But again, it is so close, and the teams that were in the bottom towards the start of today, it was Ground Zero and Shocks. They were very far behind, but they are getting so close right now that it is anybody's game still to not be in the bottom four.
It's gonna come down to the last 1 or 2 games, and it's gonna be like 1 or 2 teams that is gonna have a massive game. Smoke or Shocks, Ground Zero, Out of Battle, Never Down, or Brazilian Killers even could be one of the teams. Storm, for that matter, could be one of the teams that we're gonna be seeing in the very last one. What is dangerous is that Smoke and Brazilian Killers is not playing our last game of the day for us, so they have to put up the points here in our next 2 games. We're gonna obviously be playing the Wrangle only one time today. It's going to be here in our 3rd match. We're going to be playing that. Let's take a look at Brazilian Killers, a little bit of a showcase of the team here. They're going to be playing the next 2 games. We're not going to be playing our last one, and they're a team that is sitting dangerously close to our bottom for us.
Yeah, as we saw, they're currently on a 15th place with 44 points. Not too comfortable. And again, what we saw from them in the start of the qualifiers here, we haven't really seen again, and that's what we want to see. That's what we need to see from a team like this, sitting in this position right now. They can do much better. We know that. They already showed us that, but it's not happening right now. And they still have 2 more games to play, though, so they have a little bit of more room to show us that, but it's not much they have to work with here.
All right, another showcase before we get started with the game here. Intense game. Obviously, our first winners on Sanhok, a team that we want to see some more kills from. They have been able to play quite well, and they're looking pretty decent when we look at the leaderboard here. What are your thoughts here on Intense Game for us?
I mean, Intense Game has been one of my favorite teams so far here, so far in the qualifiers. I feel like they've been playing phenomenally coming in from the qualifiers, as you mentioned, but they're doing such a good game here. And I mean, time after time, we see them just being really consistent when it comes to getting those points. Sure, they're not maybe in the top 5, but you don't need to be in the top 5. And what we've seen from them means that they have the potential to actually be top 5, though.
All right, a little bit of predictions here once we get onto a Wrangle, which is our third map, and it's the only time we're going to be playing a Wrangle today for us. What are the teams that are, obviously we're not having Black Dragons playing here, Ingo Gaming, Shocks, and Keat. Vivo Keat Stars is not playing. We have a couple of minutes out before we start the game, so we can talk a bit about what our expectations are on the Wrangle. But
I'm kind of looking at Flamingo as well. Again, I mean, we saw them yesterday getting that win on Erangel, and I want to see that happening again. They played that one so well, and sure, it is like we always say, the Erangel is the bread and butter of PUBG Mobile, and that is the home turf for a lot of the teams. And knowing that, you know, you're sitting comfortable there, you already grabbed yourself a win, you can do it again, I think. Let's show us that, Flamingo.
Yeah, for sure. Flamingo are definitely one of the teams that we want to see. A team with a huge fan base as well, coming in with the support, of course. It's fantastic to see all these teams with the massive amount of support coming in behind, backing those teams. And it's kind of classic what we see in Brazil, right? You see all these big clubs, football, and it crosses into esports as well. And that's really what I want to see, and want to see more of as well, you know, cheering on for your team and cheering based on the club that you support. And it's really nice to see this kind of cross-pollination. If there's a football club you support and they have a PUBG Mobile team, you support that as well. And that's something that I really love to see, and expect to see more of in the future as well for us.
Definitely gotta agree on that one. Another team, of course, I would say is Ground Zero. We've seen some amazing stuff from them today. Sure, the last game here on Sanhok didn't really go their way, but at the same time, what they showed us in the first 2 games, if they can keep on doing that, they're gonna be out of that bottom 4. And they were very far down there coming in today. They had like 13 points or something, and in only the 2 first games they were able to just make so many points out of it. I want to see that happen again here.
All right, another question I have here before we get started with the third match, and the only wrangle we're going to be seeing today here is Loops for us. We're looking at Loops as the team that's currently at the top, but the other teams are slowly catching up. Loops, it feels like they're playing a little bit aggro, trying to test out some of these fights here. They're trying to take on the teams that they know they're going to be fighting with later. Do you think they could potentially throw the lead away just to take on more fights, to be kind of training those engagement in high pressure situations?
100% that we could see they do that. Again, it doesn't matter. You just need to be top 16. They are so far ahead right now that it doesn't matter. You're not winning anything from being number one here in the qualifiers, more than respected from the other teams, of course. But you have some of the best practice here, some of the best teams you can work up against, and you can just try out new stuff, as you're saying, or figuring out like, okay, this is not working for us. Let's try something new, and let's see if this works out, or if not, well, we'll just call that a game and we'll go on and move on to the next one instead.
Right, and on top of that is of course that we're seeing Alpha 7 is going to be playing on this next one here, a team that we're having probably the highest expectations to coming into PUBG Mobile Pro League here in Brazil, a team that has huge achievements coming in behind them. But what we've seen from them so far, out of the amount of games that they've played in total right now, I think they've played 10, is not for top 5 placement and putting themselves into the PMPL Americas. While we take a look at the map introduction here for Erangel, the only time we're playing it today is this next one here. But what is your thoughts here on Alpha 7 for us?
I mean, I think they're sitting comfortable where they are right now. They don't need to be number one, not here in the qualifiers, and it's kind of the same thing with them, right? They're just trying to figure things out, trying to try new things out. They know that, okay, we don't need to go for too much other stuff. You can see them on Sanhok trying to go for a boot camp fight against Influence Rage, but also trying to do with only 3 players, while the 4th one is just dropping further away. And it kind of shows you the kind of flex they have, right? They're like, all right, maybe we can do it with 1 less player from the start. We just need to figure things out and see if we can do it all the way from the start. But here we go. Going to game number 3, it's going to be Erangel. We got ourselves a plane. Taking a star from Primorsk, and gonna move its way just east of Yesnaya. So a little bit south end plane, but should be pretty fine.
Yeah, it's really rough to get to, you know, your Georgia Pole, your Servany, your Sarki, but everything else is pretty available, and the teams could definitely just opt to go on and take a car. There's a few spawns on the road just north of Gatka, and then you can drive into your hospital, your Georgia Pole, the crates east of Georgia Pole, or even North George, if you're able to secure some of those cars here. So let's see if the teams opt to do so. Also taking a little bit of an eye and keeping my eye on Pachinki if anyone is trying to contest that. I feel like it's a good time to do here. The last time we played Wrangle before we're playing for league points, where they're playing to get into the finals, definitely could definitely be a good time to contest if you want to show presence into Pachinki, one of the strongest, if not the strongest, drop location on Wrangle.
Right, yeah, and it's not really a time you want to share with anybody else, even though it would be big enough to do it. It's just too close to each other. If you would share it with someone else, that you would probably clash into them. But looking at it, it's a ground zero. We're going to see that it's going to go for it.
There's 2 things Joey doesn't share. He doesn't share food, and he doesn't share Pachinki. Let's take a look at the drop here for Alpha 7. While we do see Ground Zero Mercenaries to be the only team in Pachinki, this is something that is impressive again and again and again to me. Like, how are they getting these fantastic drop spots out without being contested? It's Picado, it's Pachinki. They're constantly being in there and having all this to themselves. And I just want to see them being able to turn more of it into good games, more kills. Need to focus on their rotation for it. Ooh, revenge. We are in the garden compound here east of Roshok, and Nunez managed to yeet a car. Be able to move there. Kapiao taking some shots here from Quick Revenge, not being able to connecting just something. And our second triple MVP with a Bison in hand, Higor Sada from Kick Revenge. They pushed themselves into a fantastic spot on leaderboard, securing themselves an easy top 16. If they're able to continue to do so, that's going to be quite nice for them, and they're going to be one of our teams that is definitely going to be contesting the top 8, top 10 once we get into the final, if they're able to replicate that as they have been before. All right, Capiao jumping into that one. Now they're going to be driving towards the west side. Easy pickup for them.
First circle has popped, and
easy one as well.
yeah, we can see it's a pretty decent circle. A lot of teams will try to just settle themselves down, find a good spot to play from. We have teams like Fact Esports that is going to go for Severny, actually. Seen them do that before. That's going to be on the edge of the circle. We're not going to have too many teams on the north side of the river, and they know that as well, which means that once they're done looting the Severny, they have free passage, basically, to get down to the river, and from there, they can scout their way in.
Exactly. All right, Influence Rage, Smoke here, sharing as Naya. It's good to see that they're able to share it nice and calmly, but later we might see a battle explode while we have Prison here. Loops have been imprisoned for being too good. Right now with 62 kills in first place for us. Team that have impressed me quite well. I really want to see them continue that playstyle that they're able to do. They're able to get into fantastic center locations in second and third circle, and then playing really well from there, pushing and playing aggressively. Second here in overall damage, fifth in overall survival time, and as you see here, only 11th in healing. This one here on Kura.
And that is really good, but also one of the things of being number one right now is that you live rent-free in other players' head right now. All the other teams will be fearing you a little bit, most of them at least, because they're going to have mad respect for you. You're the top team right now, and you've shown everyone why you're the top team. You're basically always in the end, and you're basically always taking the fights and almost always winning them as well. And because of that, it makes it harder for a lot of the teams because they feel like, all right, we already lost this fight because we're up against Loops.
Right. All right, Honored Souls. Fantastic game we saw from them in Miramar Frost. Super impressive to me.
100% agree on that.
We saw some good stuff from them on our very first day, and then it's like they had a little bit of a slumber day yesterday, and now they jump in and show us what they're made of again. I was quite surprised to see them on the kind of bottom half of our leaderboard. Of course, they were in the 11th place, so they're close, but they're definitely where they need to be here in top 6-ish. Rise, sharing apartments and school. They're going to have an easy way into the next part of the circles. And for now, looking at the minimap at this point here, round 0 mercenaries, they need to have some big splits. They need to have some good 2-2 splits, logging down some of those priority compounds here, because that is what makes you have a good mid game to set you up for late games, to have some good rotation, some good information once you get further into it as well.
I don't know, though. I feel like they should group up. That's what I think.
Okay, yeah.
Because what we've seen from them so far, like the first 2 games, they were very grouped up. And as I was talking about them going back to the basics, basically doing the splits hasn't really worked for them. Rotating too much hasn't worked for them. But them staying together means that they are one big unit to take any fights that is necessary, that is going to come in their way. And they've been able to do that pretty well when they're all grouped together. So I'm hoping to see them group up and stay together in one compound rather than splitting up. And you know, once you get that going and everything's working for you, you know that you're not sitting in the bottom 4 anymore. You're sitting in a much more comfortable spot. Then go ahead, do the splits again. But for now, I'd say stick together.
Yeah. All right. I like that. That's a good point as well. Definitely some of the stronger teams that we that have been successful with the 2-2 splits that usually tend to succeed with that. And if you haven't, as you said here, if you haven't been able to do that, you got to stick together. All right, this is basically one big migration right now. Look at the map. There's so many players, so many teams trying to come in, and it looks like the majority of the teams is going to be on the east and on the northern side of that map. So the pressure on that northern side of the map is going to be so rough, and in the east side of that map as well. And there's going to be so much space in the southwest. So let's see here. Take a look. Make sure you look at that. When we see on the southwest side, if it goes upwest at one point with the circle, there's going to be a lot of space, and the teams have to be aware of that. All right, never down with some good shots here. Densu or Ensu.
Oh, they're chasing as well. Not only are they shooting on distance, one more hit. That's all they need to do here. Hold on. Boy, can he get it? No, they're going to back off.
Paolo signing together with Psycho that they shouldn't be going for this.
Ooh. I mean, it's a good call. They didn't work out. You don't want to just over aggro that one and lose a player because of it. Never down of course, currently sitting on 16th place and had a decent game in the last one.
All right.
Oops
Oops here.
I mean, Flamengo, we were talking about him. We want them to do good here. Want them to win another aerial game. But they're having a little bit of trouble right now, Flamengo. They have basically one place still east of Loops, while the rest of them has gone to Garden just west of them. West of Loops. Hopefully they'll be able to join back together to one gigantic unit to fight all the other teams. Right? Finding intense game. Here we go. This is the one. Another down.
Nice.
3 down now on intense game. And deep. Is it gonna get away? Looks like they're gonna be chasing it, Mythic. Of course. It's not gonna let that happen.
Oh, that's
Go
not
for
happening
Pete.
for sure.
Alright, Pete, what can you do? What can you do? Now, look behind you. Oh, no. Intense game. First team to go out in our only aerial game here tonight. Alright. Right. Just keeps on grabbing more kills. All of them are taking a little bit of damage. We see the second circle has popped. It's going to be a hard shift towards the west side. So Everest is basically going to be the center of the next circle here. And it looks like INTC is going to take top of Everest straight away. They want to take that one. A lot of high ground, a lot of information gathering. Meanwhile, a lot of the other teams are making their way in. But as we can see right now, west of Everest and Gatka is basically totally free. It's also not the spot you kind of want to play from. It is a lot more open. It's not too much to play from. Not too many teams will go there. So it could be a safe bet for some of the teams who maybe want to make it further into the late game to actually go for the west side without also long rotation.
More shots coming onto Flamengo. Need to reposition circle. Is in a rough spot. As you see on the map here again, for us, they have to move so much. Many teams, as we were talking about before, the circle went west. Would be so much pressure on the east and the northern side of the map here. Big revenge with some more shots coming out. Like what I'm seeing from Fact though, they're already on the western side, close to hospital. Have a lot of space ahead of them. It makes some good moves with that.
Looks like we have another team that's going to try to go for the western side. It's going to be never down. All the way on the south side right now. To make the way in. Right?
He's still just here. Mythic. Who's like, oh, there's a loot box, guys. I'm getting some more juice. Boom, shot coming in from ground zero. Onto Storm Gaming for us. Let's see if they're able to.
Two teams that is fighting.
Yeah,
on the bottom 4 place. Storm currently on 14th place with 46 points, and Ground Zero is on 18th place with 35 points right now.
Oh yeah, that's important. Super important fight here. It's also probably why we're seeing a little bit of hesitant gameplay. Storm is full 4 guys alive. If backup is coming in right now, it could be a 4 versus 2 in just a matter of seconds. Nates are coming in. Let's see what Ground Zero decides to do. Oh, this is going to be rough for Matuzum. Impulse. They're just flying in. Oh, Nates are going in. Tommy gun. Trying to pre-fire. 3 of them forward pushing. Oh, good knock here. Trying to get the back one off it. Gets one pulse. Try to get the knock.
Oh, here they come though. The Cirque.
That's so well played. As you talk about here, the Cirque is, you want to make sure that one of your players doesn't get flushed. You want to refrag immediately so you can keep all 4 players alive for that one. And Storm Gaming managed to do that so well. 3 kills for them. They pushed out Ground Zero mercenaries. That's going to be a rough game for them.
That's going to be rough for Ground Zero. They have one more game to play, though. One more game to play. Currently, they are sitting on 18th place with 35 points. And they are 9 points behind them down on 16th place. So they need to have a banger for last game if they want to make it out from that bottom 4. They can do it. They've shown us today that they're more than capable of doing it. But it didn't happen here. They have to do it on their next try.
All right, what do we see here from Alpha 7? He saw a drop. He's going to go for it. He's going to scout. He's going to go in the water tower hill for some information. I like that here. The play from Carrillo is clever. Get some information.
Look at the control they have, though. Look at the new circle. It's basically Alpha 7 all around it in the center.
You know what that is for us? That is another water straight down the middle, 50-50 chance circle, perfectly balanced,
Yes.
just like all things should be.
Perfectly balanced. Yeah. Balancing that little knife on your fingers right now, like Thanos.
All right, let's see how we're able to get out of this game. This could be their win for us. Did you see that Garage play all 4 guys together? I feel like this could be a good game for them if they are playing like they are capable of. We've seen it before in other tournaments, winning multiple in this region. That's coming in from Rise, from Sasa.
That car just sounds too good.
This is too good. It looks good as well, man. It's
music to the ears.
Yeah, I love the car skins. It's beautiful, and especially when people just fly in, like send it in. They just come in. Yeah, super good looking cars, sounding nice as well. All right, never down. Needs to have a good game there in the crates right now, and they're going away from crates to South George to go over the bridge to get in.
Smart move. They could take control over the bridge and see where the next circle goes before deciding if they want to stay on the north or the south side.
Exactly. They're gatekeeping the south side of that Georgia Bowl bridge, and Brazilian Killers looks to be going that way. So that could potentially be some points coming in, just rolling in for free here. All right. Quick Revenge and Influence. Rage, a fight that we just saw before, and now it's a more important fight, a fight for survival, a fight for the placement and kill points that you're able to get in this situation. Watertown, though, this is not a bridge you want to cross. Like, I have seen again and again so many teams die to trying to crossing this bridge from a guy from exactly that location.
It's like they're not going for it, though, which is a good call here from Quick Revenge. Very good call.
Yeah, I like that.
They're gonna go around Watertown. And be able to get themselves into the circle from the south side instead. But they gonna run into Rise if they do, which is also a little bit troublesome. And they didn't go for Influence Rage, but instead they're gonna have Rise in front of them. And it's 2 big teams so far here in the qualifiers. And maybe not the ones you want to fight right now.
All right. Circle closing in, a lot of teams still alive, 1455 players, and when this next circle swings, if it goes north, if it goes south, if it goes to the center, it's going to be a lot of teams that's going to be straight into a massive slaughterhouse of a bloodbath fight. INCC here on the crates just east of Georgia Bolt. Zero in a good spot here with a 6x on his M4, getting a lot of information already. 3 backpack, plenty of loot, only 3 first aids. We'll see a little bit more from that. 303 vest and 3 backpack and Netos.
Oh, there they go.
He heard Brazilian Killers. I feel like official 6 should have seen him from Brazilian Killers here. Did you see this circle here, though? This is the Alpha 7 game to throw. They have the best compound right now. I want to see them turn this and capitalize this into a chicken dinner for this one here for us.
I mean, the gamble paid off for them. They chose that compound, they chose the north side, and that looks like where we're gonna be ending the game. Who knows, though? We've seen it swing back before, even though it's this. Now, Storm game trying to get inside the circle. They're gonna dip into the river while getting shot at by INTC here. Still holding down the crates. This whole part towards the river is still inside, so they can still play here, INTC. They just got to make sure no one's on their back. But remember, Brazilian Killers, they got to the warehouses. Oh, they don't know, though. This is going to go for it. Not yet. Oh.
All right.
Usa was in the water, actually, already, but so much for that. Flamengo still trying to find herself in a good compound here on the south side.
Quick Revenge. All right, Mythic as well. They are sending this is a play. I like to play around here on the ridges and rocks around this, but they need to survive. They need to have as many players alive as possible for this situation. Circle is well for them indeed. But Ryan is already in the water, and they have good control, as you see here for us.
Yeah.
DP28 with a scope on it. It's a scary prospect for Quick Revenge. They have
not
the rocks
only
over
that,
there.
but you also have Smoke Esports coming in from the east as well. So they're stuck between 3 different teams right now. So being Quick Revenge, It's a rough one right now, but they can still make it happen. They can still make things work.
All right, Loops, what do you got for us here? 4 guys alive, north side of the circle. Scouting, jumping, getting information. They are on north side of this ridge here. They do have Influence Rage close to them, a team that we've just see win their 3rd chicken dinner as the only team to have 3 chicken dinners, and Loops is having a bit split. All right, Smoke also needs to have a good game in the water, in the Harry Potter Tower as well. Let's see what you guys got on the east side. You could potentially take some fights with Quick Revenge.
It's not a bad play having Heisen in the water, trying to scout that out, what's happening. But you got to be careful, because if you get knocked there, there's nothing you can do about it. No one can come and help you. So it's super important. Heisen here, as you can see on the right side of the screen right now, he can't get himself knocked.
All right, Alpha 7. We got to see some from these guys here. Revo's alive. Swaggin is dead though, but 3 guys alive. They need to. Oh my god, that's a shot. Prodigio. Insane shots.
Garrison finding one from Never Down, but he does go down in retaliation. And it looks like it's going to be Influence Rage. It's going to try to close in on that. And we see the new circle has popped. It's going to stay on the north side. This time around, not too much to play, though. You know, taking that the little dip there on the south side of the circle, it's going to be huge if you can play that. Because you're going to have control over that whole ridge side to play later on as well. Alpha 7, though, staying in that compound, they're going to have a rough time trying to move out if they manage to stay in there. Loops, hiding fact here on the edge. Found 1 knock so far, trying to find more. Fact is getting spread out, but Boyko finds 1, can he finds another one up here? He does. Actually, Chief gonna get that one on Bro. And yeah, I think Fact is actually just down to Prague, which has already gone. He already left to the center of the next circle. He's gonna try to snake it in there, trying to get those placement points. Oops is just gonna say, well, we'll take those 3 points and we'll gladly push your last player. Just give us a second.
Or throw a pan at him. I want to see that. Just throw a pan in the water, doink him straight out.
Fishing with pans.
All right. This is a rough Alpha 7 here for us. INCC had a massive push on them. Oh, the MK destroyed.
It wasn't enough.
Mafioso, though, with a good angle, with the double hold. I like that. Berilio is there. Trying to... Oh, what an absolute insane Molotov. All right. Trying to defend this. He has the third-party advantage for it. Trying to peek around there. 2 guys alive, though. He's a little bit low himself. 3 helmets still available.
Oh,
nice
he gets a knock!
Mafioso, with a massive play, comes in, gets another shot.
Was that a headshot?
That was a headshot, I think. He's going to push on it.
Oh, he's chasing. He's going to chase on this.
He's healing. He hears the heal. He's pushing.
He knows. Oh, the pre-fire.
Come on, let's go.
Oh, no,
he should have pushed faster. Close. He got the headshot. Mafioso's down to nothing himself. Papa kill from Storm. Papa kill from Smoke. Now Storm here as well. Rise
Storm with 7 kills.
7 kills for Storm here. That's impressive. They might be able to push themselves out of that bottom 10. They have a really good position in the circle. 4 guys alive as the second team. Only Influence Rage is the other team. And they are going to have a fight on the north side with Smoke. So that's going to be rough for them.
Storm is playing the position that was mentioned earlier. And it looks like it's working out for them. So far, 4 alive and 7 kills. One of the 2 teams to still have 4 alive. Influence Rage, again, with 4 people alive. And it's impressive what they've been able to put up time after time after time. And they're finding the next victims here right now.
This is so well executed by Storm. I could definitely see a win happening from them. 8 kills so far already. 6 teams alive for us. And Influence Rage as a... they have an okay situation here, but they're going to be having to fight Art from the north side and potentially INTC on the north side of that ridge here. Storm is controlling everything on the south.
Exactly, but once they actually, next circle closes in, they can choose which side of this ridge line that is on the left side of the screen right now. They can choose which one to play because they're going to have so much control just by playing from this position in this circle before.
All right, Storm, what do you got here? More shots coming in.
I mean, it's a matter of time before Storm is winning this game right now. Unless they do some mistakes here. Oh, look at Influence Rage. They're pushing up on Storm here right now. And Storm did let them just get in here. This could be a disaster for them. Especially since they're trying to kill a solo. Where is Storm right now? Oh, good nade. Not gonna get any knocks, but a lot of damage inflicted into Influence Rage right now. Another nade coming in from that end. Look at how low some of them are getting over there. Federal down to basically 1 HP right now. More nades from the den. Ooh. Start quite there. Meanwhile, Seven is just killing INTs here somewhere else, you know? Why not? Fight more teams.
All right, what do we got here? More shots coming in. Papa Kill.
Papa Kill's still alive though, and he's behind Storm now.
Yeah, he could have impact in this fight here.
Oh no. Influence Rage. Regretting their decision, trying to fall back now. Little boy. Now finds one.
All right, little boy has to heal. Shots coming in. Pushing aggressively. That could be a knock. Knock on the side.
They do get the knock though, so now it's only one member left of Storm standing right now, trying to get this going. But look at this, RF Batters getting involved as well. Seven, last man standing. He's gonna get a heal off.
But Smoke! Oh my god, the perfect time to strike for Smoke.
What a play!
Papa Kill getting the kill, third kill for him, but securing the second place. 12 points for them.
Huge.
Now he has to take on Art of Battle here, a team that needed to have a good game today for us. Shots coming in, and it's gonna be Art of Battle with the winner chicken dinner. The first time for them. Good to see that these guys are able to step up to the plate today for us, able to close out this victory here.
Finally seeing them getting that win, and they played that so well. They would basically just wait for everybody else to fight, and it was just perfect. When Influence Rage actually went in there, Storm should have stopped them, but they didn't, and because of that, Art of Battle took control over the whole situation, over the game, and just ended so well there.
Yeah, well executed by these guys. They're holding the north side for so long, waiting for the perfect time and opportunity to third party here. That was the third games, and the only time that we're showing a wrangle today here. We have 2 more games to show here in PMPL Brazil for spring 2022. We're going to be right back with those 2 games after this short break. Stay tuned, guys.
And here we go, replay from the last game here. Of course, we saw towards the end Art of Battle being able to grab their first win. They played that so well. We saw them just before this in the end game. They were actually take on the Northern side, one of the biggest teams, the #1 team, and that shows you how good they've been able to pull this off. And you can see they basically had so much control over here, and it was just an easy wipe for them towards the end there.
Yeah, for sure. Easy game for them. Well played. 3 games done, 2 more to go, and it's looking like the last part of the last day is gonna shake everything up on the leaderboard here for us. Let's take a look at our damage leaders. Patrick, it's you.
Ooh, it's me.
Patrick.
No, it's not me.
It's not.
I'm not as good as Patrick, sadly, but yeah, you know, really good to see him being up there. We've seen him done some incredible stuff earlier as well, but now finally able to grab himself that MVP with 6 kills. Wait, 6 kills? I think they only had 7 kills in total.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's actually for him to jump in and take those. 700 damage for Lansin, and Rafinha again from Rise is gonna jump in. A lot of mix here. I'm actually quite curious to see what we're gonna see. Who's gonna be our actual MVP? Could be Patrick, could be someone else. We're gonna wait and see what's gonna happen for that one there. No problem. And we're going to be taking a look at our match standings very shortly here to see what is going to shake up on the leaderboard here, because obviously Art of Battle is one of our bottom 10 teams that is going to be taking so many points from this match here and jumping into this one, so it's going to shake up so much after this. Let's take a look at the match standings from this last game here while we jump into that. Our top 8 teams from that: Art of Battle 22, Storm Gaming 22, Smoke 15. It's just gonna shake everything up on our bottom half of the overall leaderboard. We'll take a look at that a little bit later.
This is really juicy. I mean, Smoke was basically sitting on a 19th place before this game with 31 points, and Art of Battle was sitting on a 17th place with 38 points. But with this game, these points, they are basically pushing themselves out from that bottom. Right. Storm Gaming, of course, also, they were on 14th place with 46 points. That's gonna push them up a little bit on the leaderboard as well.
Yeah, for sure. Let's take a look at the bottom half of the leaderboard from this last match here. The standings for that. It's going to be a few points put out here for Quick Revenge, some for Flamengo. Alpha 7, the team that we were talking about, center compound, prime position. They got third party, they got pushed, they lost players. Unfortunate for them not to be able to capitalize more from that perfect position in that circle for us.
Yeah, I mean, it came down to circle, right? They were double banking down on that compound, but that compound was outside the end 2 circles, and that made a lot of trouble for them. And of course, them losing a player just before that, Revo didn't have a helmet as well towards when they needed to get out of there. That made it very hard for them. But the big one here is going to be Ground Zero, actually. Grabbing himself 0 points in this one. That is going to be rough. And Brazilian kills with only 1 point. 2 of the teams who actually need a lot of points coming into this game. But both of those teams have 1 more game to go, and they need to step it up for that one.
All right. We're going to be in for quite impressive 2 games of the last one here. We're going to take a look at the MVP, and I'm curious as to see who it's going to be. It's going to be Patrick. It's going to be, yeah, it's going to be Patrick. 6 kills, 5 knockouts, and 565 damage with a bit of healing there as well. 1 assist only, but you're able to get 6 kills. You're able to get so many for your teams. Super impressive for him here for us.
Yeah, I think it was the clean wipe on the loops they had on the north side just before they entered towards the end game as well. It was really great to play. I mean, being up against loops, the #1 team right now, it's one of the hardest things, right? Especially if you're towards the bottom. It's such a high stakes for you compared to a team like loops. But then being able to take that out, Patrick himself being able to grab all of those kills and then just move on. And in the end, getting that chicken in it, it's just juicy for them.
All right, it's time for us. We have 2 more games to go. Some of our teams are not playing more than 1. We're looking at the overall standings now here. The top is obviously interesting, but the bottom half of the leaderboard, of the overall leaderboard, is the one that I'm really curious to see. Loop still ahead, 22 points ahead. Inference Rage is trying to catch up. Rise is on 121 here, so our Top 3 is actually kind of close. Remember, Loops is not playing in the very last game, so that's going to be very interesting. Both Influence Rage and Rise have 2 more games. Inco as well, Black Dragons as well, and it's good to see Honored Souls actually jumping in and contesting that top 5 here, potentially putting themselves into the triple digit after that. They have 1 more game to get 8 points. That could very well be likely that they're able to do so, but we're keeping our eyes on Inco Gaming for sure here for us. They need to close out a chicken dinner to show that they're capable of.
Yeah, I really want to see them get that chicken dinner, but so far this is solidifying this whole side of the leaderboard, and all these teams have basically showcased us why they are sitting up here time after time after time. So what we want to see is the teams that are going to be on the bottom half and how they are going to rise up to try to make themselves getting into top 16 and moving into the league play.
All right, let's take a look at the bottom half of the leaderboard here for us, the important one. This is the last match. Let's take a look at the overall leaderboard here for the bottom one, and we will show that just shortly. Intense game did get 0 points. Yeah, that's they didn't have that much of an intense game, but yeah, different one here. The bottom half of the overall standings, maybe we can get that. Let's see if that is possible. And or we'll jump that back to that later. It couldn't be ready.
It looks like, yeah, we a little bit stuck here on this one, which is from the last game, not the overall leaderboard, of course. So some of the teams here, as you're mentioning, intense game, they didn't really have such a good game. But here we go. This is the bottom half of it, and again, look towards the bottom. This is what's most important right now. The bottom 4 spots, that's where you don't want to be, and you want to get out of there. Some of our teams have played 1 more game extra. That is going to be teams like Smoke Esports, Brazilian Kills, and Ground Zero. That has 1 more game only, but they are close of making out of there. Some of the other teams on the cusp, of course, Shocks and Never Down, they have 2 more games to play. Fact Esports, not totally safe, a little bit comfortable. I think one of the big ones is that Art of Battle being able to solidify themselves, getting that win and all those points, moving up on the leaderboard itself there now.
It's looking rough for Shocks though. They need to have 2 insane game here in the very last one here. All right, let's take a look at the head-to-head MVP. What we have so far, we have obviously 2 more games of the day, but a lot of the teams are only playing 1. It's Influence Rate Federal and Loops Cardosin that we're having a head-to-head of right here. 3,200 damage versus 3,900 for us.
I mean, I think the big one is looking at the knocks, right? Look at the knocks. Federal only got 15 knocks, while Cardosin has 21. Now, looking at that stat itself doesn't say too much, because there's 2 parts of it. One is you might be stealing a little bit more kills. I'm looking like with the eliminations here. Federal has a little bit has 1 more elimination, but very few less knockouts. But that means that either he's stealing a lot of kills, or he's getting that last knock, the last kill on a team, which means that it's not going to be a knock, but just a straight up elimination itself.
All right. Great to see here for the head-to-head. Influence Rage and Loops, obviously some of our top teams here. Let's take a look at a showcase though for Shocks. It's a team that's currently in the bottom, but they have 2 games to play here for us. If they step up, they could put themselves out of it. They are still able to do so with a good game and some kills. And you know what? This region and this country here, Brazil, has so much depth to their PUBG mobile players, and it's just so close in general. So they're definitely a team that is able to step up and take a chicken dinner at any time.
Yeah, and we want to see them do even better, right? Right now, sitting towards the bottom, they have 30 points. It is a little bit rough. They have 2 games where they need to get at least 19 points if no one else moves, which normally the teams do get a little bit of points. So they have a lot more to work, and they have a little bit of an uphill, but they can do it. Nothing is written in stone until the last game is played, but we need to see them basically trying to go a little bit all in, and just like, all right, we need to get the placement points, but we also need the kills to back it up. So we need to go ham from the start of the next game.
All right, that was Shocks Esports here. A team that, you know, we obviously know it can do more, but they need to step up and do it in the last 2 games here. All right, let's take a look at Never Down, another showcase of the teams that we have here at the PMPL Brazil for Spring Edition 2022. Never Down, what are your thoughts on them?
A team that has been a little bit more on the rotation side, trying to make those good rotations. We saw them here in the last game, for example, when they were in South Georgia and basically holding that down. But when it came to rotating over to the north side, when the circle actually popped over there, what they tried to do was they tried to over-rotate a little bit. I want them to not do that. I want to take a step back from the over-rotation, get to the circle, the edge of the circle. From there, move on and try to take the fights instead, because they need a little bit more kills to back things off right now. It's currently sitting on 19 kills. That is one of the lowest fragging teams, but they have a lot of good placement points on top of that. But it comes down to them not really taking fights, but trying to rotate a lot more.
All right, Frost, Never Down, of course, a team that after yesterday's games, after 8 games, was just out of the bottom 4, and now we've seen some more things for them, and I'm pretty sure that they're able to just pump out and push out of it. They're a team that we've been quite impressed with. Psycho had been able to do a clutch there on one of the Sanhok matches, were able to put themselves into a good situation, and Never Down, they set out the first game, so they have 2 more games to play for that one. We're going to take a little bit of a look at the overall standings at the bottom half of the leaderboard again, because that is what our eyes are peeled on for this one here. This is the top one. Loops obviously in first place. Influence Rage looking good. All of the chicken dinners are so congested towards the top. We want to see Inco Gaming get a chicken dinner here. They have 2 games to prove us that they're able to do so. Otherwise, they might just be saving their strategies to do it in the league games.
And I mean, yeah, and you don't really need to get those chicken dinners here. You can just save them for the league games if you want. But the most important thing is, like, when we get to the bottom part of this leaderboard, is those teams who are down there towards the bottom. Because look at this, these are the teams that need to step it up, and a lot of them only have 1 more game to play. In the next game, it's gonna be Miramar, and the teams that will be sitting out, it's gonna be Alpha 7, Ground Zero, one of the bottom teams, Arnold Souls, INTC. So Ground Zero is not going to be playing the next one, but they will be playing the last one of today. Meanwhile, in the last game, we're going to not have Smoke Esports and Brazilian Killers, 2 teams that also is down there right now that need to work it out. But, I mean, it's all fine. It's all game. And until the last game is complete, we don't know who's going to not make it to the league play itself.
For the case of Never Down and Shocks here, that has 2 more games to play. They're playing the last 2. They have everything on their own plate right now. Yeah. They can decide what do they do, how they're going to play, how many points are they getting. Everything is in their hands. For the other teams that is in the bottom, they have 1 chance for us to get out of that bottom 4. And as we talked about again before and again, is that it's important to be in our first league weekend, in the next weekend. It's so important because you want to make sure that you contest for your loot spots. You want to make sure that you show presence where you plan to play throughout the whole league.
And yeah, of course, and if you don't make it there, it's not the end of the world. We're gonna have 3 weeks of league play in total. Missing out 1, totally fine. Now, do you want to use that 1 ticket right now though in the first league play? Probably not, but if that's the case, all you need to make sure is that you come back stronger than ever before when we get back to qualifiers after next week's league play.
Yeah, exactly. And obviously excited to be here for PUBG Mobile Brazil Spring 2022 edition. Thank you so much for Realme for joining us here, sponsoring this event. It's good to have you guys on board. We're going to be looking much more at them as well. Maybe we might even be lucky to get some sponsor spots as well. We're obviously the English side of the broadcast. We have some awesome casters as well out there that is casting in Portuguese and in Spanish as well, so you want to check that out if you don't understand what we're saying. We're obviously just 2 guys that speak fast and talk a lot about PUBG because that's our passion. We love that. We're just about 1 minute, 1.5 minutes outside the game here. We're gonna have 1 more fantastic game here to show. If you are a team like Brazilian Killers that have just this next game to play here for us, how do you play it? Do you play it safe, or do you play, full strength, full aggro, just try to go for as many kills as possible?
100% it's gonna be full aggro. It's doubling down. It is the last game. You have 1 more chance. Normally when we see people trying to turtle down, trying to play more safe, that's when they're not going to get anywhere because they're a little bit too afraid of taking the fights, and because of it they're not making it all the way into the circles. They're trying to just run from one fight, but when you do that you rotate into the next team and then you try to avoid that one as well. Instead, I want them to just take the fights. If it doesn't go your way, it doesn't go your way, but that is the best way to do it. If it goes your way, you know it. You're gonna have the best possible outcome to be able to make it out of that bottom 4.
All right. Miramar, the last time we're playing Miramar, a big open map, big rotations are important, scouting, getting information for your next situation to play into the circles, and playing high ground is vital for a winner chicken dinner on this map here. Miramar, one of my favorite maps, if not my favorite map to play. I love the strategic aspects on this map here. Obviously, aggressive playstyle is also something you can do, but making sure you can get into a really good position in late game will win you games and will get you a lot of kills as well if you're really clever about your rotations in that. All right, let's go here. Thank you again to Real Me for joining us here for PMPL Brazil. 4th game of the day. Some of the teams, it's going to be Brazilian Killers, Loops, Creek Revenge, and Smoke Esports. This is their last chance to dance. This is their time to show us what they're made of.
Last chance in the qualifiers, but it's not the end of the league. Still a lot more to go, but this is the first week, and I mean, the first impression, and you know what they say, the first impression is the most important one, and that's not just against us or you guys at home or everybody else watching at home, but it's against the teams that you're fighting against as well. You want to showcase to them who you are, what you're capable of, and why they should be fearing you as a team.
All right, let's see here what's happening. Good playing path as we were talking about. See if we see any contests or any situation with that could be interesting. All right, getting into a good location for some nice loot. Meanwhile, we see everyone else jumping out and get into a good spot. This is a perfect Impala split for Rise. I like that. They're going to be off to a really good start. You also get about a minute and 15 seconds more looting time by dropping in the beginning of the plane compared to dropping in the very end of the plane. So that's also a benefit for that. And a fantastic, this could be, imagine for us, a Los Leones ending. Yes. That would be fantastic. I'd love to see that.
That was the first thing that came to my mind as well when I saw that circle, you know, getting those urban endings. That is some of the roughest circles, having urban ending in for the teams to fight in. But at the same time, that's going to be rough for the teams in the bottom that is trying to make it through right now. Teams like Brazilian Killers, Smoke Esports, Shock Esports, Never Down, that needs to have good games here. But at the same time, those endings, urban endings, those are just too amazing to watch. We can't get enough of them.
All right, let's see what's going to happen with that. Love those kind of special endings. The last one's pretty good as well, but it's not the same. It's good to see when the teams are full urban ending and the decision making we see from those kind of play styles. It's a really good circle for the vast majority of the teams. They're already really close, very congested towards Los Leones, obviously, because we have the teams that are looting close to it. And Rise are going to be having an easy entry into this next circle here from the east. Just strolling up the road straight into Impala. Playing high ground potentially could be good for Rise. We could see another banger of a game, and it could be a massive one for them. Obviously, our current leaders in the form of record, 21 kills and a chicken dinner in one game. That's 36 points. It's going to be hard to challenge that record right now for any of the teams.
You know Hopefully. What? Look at the map right now. There's one thing that is surprising me. We'll see how this will pan out, but Never Down, only in Cruise, but there's only 3 dots there, only 3 players. Last one is west of San Martin right now, running around on its own. And it is not the best choice maybe, but we'll see what they're gonna do about it and how they're gonna solve this situation. They're not getting the circle as well, so they might just take it easy and just group up later on. And it's one of the teams that we're trying to keep an eye on for this game itself.
For sure. Influence Rage chilling. Easy loot for them. Good situation, good planning for them so far, and good performance here for them. 3rd in overall kills, it says right here, and 4th in damage, 4th in healing, and 8th. That's quite impressive. That means the games that they're actually surviving, they're getting a lot of points out of compared to some of the other teams.
Yeah.
Kick Revenge and Black Dragons, 2 teams that we've been quite impressed with so far. Also a little more from Black Dragons. We haven't seen too much from them just yet today. This could be the game that they're able to step up to the plate and do well. They are playing 2 games in a row. They didn't play the last game here on Erangel, so they are playing this Miramar, and the next and last Sanhok. I love that we're ending on Sanhok, an absolute wild card for the last game when nothing is planned out, nothing is determined already. Everyone's up to take it, and obviously Chumacera here, Brazilian killers. Only one game to play for these guys here for us. They need to step up to the plate and need to make sure and push themselves away from that bottom 4 situation.
They need to have a banger of a game here right now, and yeah. It's so far so good. I mean, they're getting a lot of loot here, but they do have, I think it is Shocks Esports just close to them on the hills just south of them right now. Shouldn't be a big matter for now, but what we can see is that Brazilian killers have actually sent one in, and it's taking a little bit more center playground here, securing something for them to play. And it's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing, but you need to be able to connect to each other again. Meanwhile, we also have Fact Esports here on the screen. They are in Monty, taking it a little bit easy. Not too many teams over here as well. This is a very good first circle for a lot of the teams as well. It's very neutral, a lot of playground. You don't need to take the fights. A lot of the teams will try to not opt to fight right now. They want to make it to the late game. They want to keep everybody alive. They don't want to lose utilities and armors and stuff either.
But that's what I really love from Miramar, is that the teams have so much time to plan, to loot. They're going to be stacked with loot to their teeth. They're going to have so much 3 gear, so much utility, so you can really plan how you want to play out the game depending on what you see in the first circle, and then you can make your move from that. Here you see 3 gear, I was talking about it, 3 vest, 3 helmet, 4 first aids, 1 med kit stacked to the teeth, and also plenty of scopes on them as well. Now, Inco here in El Asaha, a little bit far away, but Inco is definitely a team that really doesn't need early game positioning. They're going to have some good rotation and put themselves into it. Fortunately for them, on the Miramar, they always have loops ahead of them. They always are going to be fighting with loops to get into a good position in the circle, if it's anywhere west or anywhere south. If it's on the northern side or the eastern side, they're going to have a good position early, but still... It's hard to fight loops early game, especially with loops being in such a good position in terms of the leaderboard for us.
The east side is just packed right now. I mean, not in terms of how close the teams are, but how many good teams we have. You have loops, as you were saying. You have Inco over there, but you also have Rise that is in Palo right now. 3 very strong teams on the eastern side. And you know what? I want to see a quick first battle between all 3 of the teams, you know, straight off here in the first circle. That would be amazing to watch.
All right, that would be... Obviously, it's three teams that are on our radars in terms of top 5 potential. PMPL America's potential, for that matter. An intense game. Keep chilling. Peeping around, basically. 3 helmet. And now an extended mat for the UMP. UMP meta is heavy, M4 meta is heavy, and DP28 meta is heavy. I love to see the way that these guys are able to control it with both the movement and also playing with the gyro, of course, active.
This team here, Influence Rage, they have 3 chicken dinners, but they need to get a chicken dinner on Miramar to finish up the Chicken Dinner World Tour, aka getting a chicken dinner on each map.
That's true, yeah.
This could be it. This could be it.
Very good point to make here. That's important to see. The World Tour is obviously what you want to do if you're into the culinary experiences. Revo Keed, really love what I saw from them from the first couple of days. Adrian obviously is going to be on our minds as our first triple MVP, probably forever for the rest of the tournament. We'll see what Vivo Keed stars are able to do, and Adrian and the boys. All right, circle closing. We're close here. 30 seconds, 25 seconds out. Out of battle was able to have a great game here. Patrick on the bottom left side, our MVP of this last game.
Oh, I like this. They're taking the rainbows and basically holding both sides of the road there.
Right.
Just setting up a trap for anyone to get there.
Right, circle.
Basically taking them out. Oh, that's a circle, though.
Good circle.
All right. That is a good circle. It's making it a little bit harder, but 2 of my favorite spots is in this one. It's going to be Lost Leones, of course, with those urban endings that we've been talking about, but also south of Lost Leones, towards the river side, towards the water side. Right. I really like that terrain. It's just so traverse for everyone to play. There's so many dips and divots for people to play from. I really love that.
Yeah, the elevated terrain in general, just southeast of Los Lunas, is probably the best area to play on foot from. You make one rotation, you get into a good spot, take a compound or an open area, because that terrain in general just enables you to make a late game play for it in general. And let's see what they're able to do here with Intense Game. Are they able to get into a good spot? And Pereira is making some rotations. Basically everyone is making moves right now except for Black Dragons and Flamengo. Flamengo definitely a team we want to see more from. Massive fan base here in Brazil.
Black Dragons normally do this. I feel like they take their time. They don't want to stress anything out. So this is their normal gameplay, how they want to approach things.
Yeah, for sure. All right, quick Revenge and Smoke. Lohan.
Two teams. Well, I'd say Quick Revenge is sitting pretty comfortable. It's currently on the 13th place with 67 points. Smoke Esports, on the other hand, 17th place. One more game to play, which is this one. And only 46 points. I have 3 more to catch up to, but Neverdown is playing the last game as well. And this will be the last game for Smoke Esports. So they need to have a banger of a game, because they want to climb a few spots here on the leaderboard and secure himself not being in the bottom 4.
And Quick Revenge just want some fights. They want some battles. Smokes want to play it passive. They want to get into a good spot.
Ooh, pan shot.
The level 4 armor, just deflecting that. Alright, Scars being enabled. Shots are coming in. They are moving. 2 guys are disengaging and backing down, repositioning cars. Tyson from Smoke with a potential nade here. Level 3 helmet on him. 55% damage reduction from headshots and 250 durability compared to 200 on the level 2 helmet.
Oh, we have a new contender in town. It's going to be Fact Esports that is closing in on this battle as well. So might get ourselves a freeway going on here soon.
All right.
And the ones in a bad position would be Quick Revenge on this one. You're only sitting between the two teams. So
Neverdown
actually Neverdown as well, coming in from the north side. So it's going to be a 4-way battle that we might be seeing here.
This is some rough gameplay right here. They are the teams that don't need points are gatekeeping the teams that need points. Unfortunate situation is Smoke pushing on to Quick Revenge. Smoke needs to have something happen here. Saru, more fights. Kapiao low himself as well. Fact in a 3-way battle here. Smoke, Quick Revenge, and Fact Esports. Hikosada is in it as well. Papa Kill trying to make something happen for this one. Hematus, can he push ahead and make a play?
Good play there from Matus. Pushing, making sure that he's pushing pressure on Quick Revenge so they can get the revive on Heisen that got himself knocked there. And the next circle is going to pop. It's going to actually move out of my 2 favorite spots. And we're going to go towards the northeast instead, towards all those rocks and hills.
Spot.
But look at Black Dragons. They got such a good spot right now. They got the hills just east of Los Leones there.
Yeah, and Flamengo's actually has a really good spot as well. They could take the double warehouse location with the gym and the warehouse.
Oh, yeah.
And that could be a good one for them as well. I want to see Black Dragons make some proactive movement here now that all the circles went northeast. And this actually enabled Loops, Neverdown, and Rise to have a fight on the northeastern side, even though they didn't really have to have that. Loops here on screen. Repositioning, relocating cars, making a decision where they want to move. And now Infant's Rage taking some more shots here, fighting Vivo Keat Stars. Sure kills for Infant's Rage.
Outside of the next circle. They also have Intense Game. You can see a little spot there on the top right. I think it was Peep we saw up there. So they're basically all watching this whole fight, seeing what they can make out of it. If they can grab a few leftover points afterwards, maybe. But they are inside the circle themselves, so they're not too worried right now. They're just all watching this.
All right, here's Chilo. What are you able to do? Can we get anything happen?
I was about to say, very calm circle so far, considering. Yeah. Papa goes down, though, to Talents.
Papa got Talents. Facts. Esports gets Patrick down. Some art. Bison's in a really rough spot here. Intense game, also fighting with Influence Rage, still here on the northwestern side for us.
Yeah.
A high ground location that is really good to hold on for information, but not good if you're trying to defend. That uphill, downhill battle is so hard to play out of. Let's see here, Prodigio.
He gets Matus up, or no, Matus was already up. He couldn't get the revive there on Heisen yet. Gonna go for another go soon, probably.
Trying to crawl in smoke. Looked like a fake smoke for that one. Peeping over the edge here. Trying to get some information onto Vivo. Influence Rage is fighting on the edge as well. Kajowski, connecting some good shots there for us. That was nice to see. 3 vest and 3 backpack on him here. It's kind of rare that we see the mini. It's hard to control, but once you master it, it's a deadly weapon.
It is for sure. Now Heisen did go down, and so did Matus, and Roger gonna be the last one up, but he's gotta be careful because he is running straight into quick revenge over here. And they can't afford this smoke right now. This is the last game. They are in 17th place right now. New circle pot. He's gonna move back towards Los Leones and Black Dragons right now in the center of the circle, holding and having so much ground. Intense game.
Yeah, definitely an intense game so far. All right, let's see here what happens. This is a rough fight in general on the edge here for us. A circle is moving soon. Got 250 meters into the next circle, and it's moving just in 30 seconds. Oh, that's a good flush from Pereira from Intense Game.
Intense Game could back off whenever they want and get into the circle, but they also have the advantage here, having the high ground. Especially when Soonspark pulls out nades like that, they can follow up on it right now. They are going aggressive. They're just gonna put so much pressure. Another one with a nade from Pereira.
Shot coming in though, Pereira with the aggressive push onto Vivo Key. Shot coming in here, Shielo's last player, and he's actually gonna go down there. Such a good play from Influence Rage, an Intense Game with the third party from them, but this was Intense's game. They really deserve that. 4 kills for them so far. They're gonna be in the top. Fax Esports with 3. Kind of need a little bit more of those. Quick Revenge is gonna be moving. Circle did pop, did go west on top of the rocks for us, and Black Dragons, they are literally laughing right now.
Just sitting there laughing, waiting for everyone to get closer so they can just shoot them down, gun them down. But Intense Game just finished out their previous fight. Now they have another contender both behind and in front of them. Meanwhile, Flamengo still trying to get themselves a few kills here in this game. They got their first one. They've lost a player though. They need some more kills. We want to see them get some more kills. Psycho.
Right. Nice, Psycho.
Taking down low. Get some back up. And down currently on 16th place as well. You know, it's fine to not be in the bottom 4 currently outside it. They want to stay that way.
All right, Stone Game, what you got here with Fax Esports? Nice shots through the smoke. 7 pushing aggressively, and more shots coming in, and that is Fax Esports out. Got knocked though. Was it from a distance or was it a trade? I'm not sure. It's from a distance. Oh, that's not them. That's another fight right there. It was
from Brazilian Killers, actually. All right. Brazilian Killers a little bit north of where Storm Gaming was, but got that knock, but they're not going to be able to get securing that kill. Loops, only 1 kill. A little bit of unusual fighting Inko here. Still all 4 up though.
Ooh, nice push from Nunez Sin. Never backing down from a fight for sure. They're on the northern side. They need to have a good game here. They got 1 point from kills. They need to get some more from placement. Now Psycho is getting shot on from Intense Game. He needs to move. This is 4th circle. It tickles a little bit more than normally. Trying to get a heal off. And now Nunez in as well.
There.
All right,
Can't
Mingo
really stay out there.
They need to move in. It's going to be a little bit of a rough one for them. If Intense Game focus on kills here. 8 kills for them so far. 11 teams left alive. 34 players only. So a lot of players are hurt. Heart of Battle is down to 1. Rise and Never Down. It's also down to 1 and 2.
Down here.
All right, let's see if he's able to get him up. so much more important to be 3 alive than 2. You can play kind of aggro as 3. Ooh, Toiko with a nade onto Vitaly. Nunezin has to heal. Shots are coming in. They're aggressively pushing into the blue for this one.
Oh my god, did you see that new circle?
Oh my god, the circle is literally on top of Black Dragons. I want to see more from them. They need to capitalize right now from that one for us, for sure. All right, Nunezin.
A lot of battle goes out on 10th place. Winner of the previous game.
Shots coming in. Let's see, Pereira, what do you got? Oh, massive play from them. Aggressive play style. 3 helmet, 3 vest on him. It's a fresh 3 vest, or a fresher 3 vest. Let's put it that way. Quick Revenge is jumping up and trying to take a fight onto the Black Dragons on the top side of this high ground. Rock formation for us. 10 kills for intense game.
Formation. I mean, yeah, it's great. This is what I'm talking about, right? This is why I like intense game. They can pull these kind of games up from time to time, but we'll see a little bit more consistent from them. Black Dragons finally getting involved in the game here. They're gonna get himself a knockout on Storm Game, trying to get inside the next circle. And they just go from one to another, just shooting everybody, because this is where it's all gonna stop for them.
Yeah, for sure. Let's see what they're able to do. Loops, all 4 guys alive. Gonna have a fight with Brazilian killers. Hideki is gonna be on there. Ragnar finds another Brazilian killer as well and tries to use the Uno reverse card. He's gonna be the Brazilian killer himself. Oh, Nicolas taking some shots as well. This high ground is so OP. Oh, Martinez is going to be taken down from range with an M4.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It's free revives up here. They have the high ground. No one's going to be able to push up easily. So that is a free revive. And that's why it's so strong position that Black Dragons have there in the top. And that's why they're doing this 2-2 split as well. They're holding 2 parts of this whole high ground. Make sure that if someone goes down like that, they're quick on that revive and being able to just start shooting back again.
All right, here Loops taking the push on to Hideki. And we're down to 5 teams, 17 left alive. Loops has 4. And we have a big amount of players alive on Storm Gaming as well. 3 of them here. It's big teams. It's only intense game left with 2, and then Storm with 3. Then we have 3 teams with full 4-man squads. Loops, Black Dragons, and Quick Revenge. Massive game for them so far with these teams.
I mean, yeah, all 4 of the top teams right there. They've had wonderful games. They don't really need this. What we want to see is Quick Revenge solidifying himself a little bit more as well. Currently all 4 up, but they only have 1 kill.
All right. Let's see what is able to happen. They do have the next
circle, actually. I just seen this right now. They do have the next circle together with Black Dragons.
All right, Black Dragons, what you're able to do right now. Shots coming in, Storm Gaming, Quick Revenge. Quick Revenge has a really nice and fat split. Really coherent gameplay. Clever moves from them. 7 could be able to open up 1. That's a good play here. Trying to commit a drive-by. Shots are coming in from the side though. Quick Revenge shots onto Storm. That's unfortunate. Get it down low here. It could be the end for Storm here. Gristada, nice shot. Nadine is going to go down Steru with the backup. So well played, so well executed from Quick Revenge. Instantly on there with the flank. Such a good split for them. Able to survive that. Kapiao is going to be taking a fight onto 7. Meanwhile, Igor Sarda is taking down him. Kapiao just needs to survive this here so Quick Revenge can stay 5 guys alive. Now, Lohan is taking a fight with Paya and Pereira from Intense Game. And Paya is down low himself. Let's stick with this fight right now. Let's see what happens with 7 and Kapiao. Chief finds Ragnar from Black Dragons on the edge though. 7. He has to survive this.
Is he going to vault out? No, he's going to opt to stay here. Needs to be careful, okay?
Good nade, good grenade there.
Putting a nade, uncooked, that's gonna give him some time. Maybe put a first aid. He still have 6 of them right now. He's gonna put that Molotov, and now might be the time, but he's getting pushed right now.
Here's him inside to the left. He knows he's not jumped out. He's trying to go for the heal. I like that. Oh, that's good play there from Kapiao. Quick Revenge with the instant revenge. 4 kills for these guys, 4 guys alive. And they're the only other team together with Loops that has 4 guys alive. But Loops has a knock now. Black Dragons is losing players here for us.
They're losing players real quick. They dropped off and lost their backside. And it's Loops, of course. There's one team that's going to try to take control of it. But it looks like it's some even trades going on. But Loops, they are going to get the revives up. And looking at it, the 2 knock people from Loops is actually inside the next circle. So unless they get some pressure from Black Dragons or some nades raining down on them, they're going to be okay. They're going to be able to get those revives and going to be all full backup. Meanwhile, Talent's last man up here for Black Dragons. He only needs to focus on Loops. But it's a hard task to hold down 4 Loops members by yourself.
For sure. Let's see here. Nice nade there. Talent's low. Quick Revenge is going to have a fight with Intense Game. And Loops is going to try to finish off. Talents, that's an in-sit nade for Cardoso. And Loops is back in the game here for us. They're showing and they're knowing that they have just one more game to prove that they are the best team out of this first qualifier here. Now they're swinging in, flying in to try to get this high ground advantage to shoot down onto Intense Game and Quick Revenge.
Yeah, and looking at it, Quick Revenge is going to be sitting pretty fine after this game. I mean, they were pretty fine before this game as well, but it is going to be very good for him after this one. They're
going to go from pretty fine to pretty damn fine after this game, that's for sure. Here, 4 kills for them. Top 3 guaranteed. That's 10 points from the placements. Unless they get more. If Loops find Intense Game, they'll get 2 more and potentially get good benefit out of it. And this in general, this high ground here is so hard. Shots are coming in from Igosada. Oh, he's going to get found from Chief here. Oof. Can he get to gold and get the revive off now? Now, in 10 games.
Lohan should be able to get that revive now as well, though. And
I think so. 11 kills on Loops, Frost. That's an insane performance from them once again.
Just Loops in a nutshell, right? Time after time.
So it's like they're looping back time, showing us the same stuff. But nope, it's new games. They're benefiting from it. A little bait crate there on the edge. I like that. It's like, hey, look at the come over here. 3 gear. It's fresh 3 gear. Maybe an MK14 or something crazy like that. Let's see if they are going to go for it later, depending on the circle. Intense Game has to move here. I feel like Intense Game is going to be the team that's going to go out. Because it's a 4 versus 4 with Loops if they do. And Loops has a better position in the circle.
I want to see some superhero jumps from Loops down on Quick Revenge and just like shooting
some YOLO gameplay. I could definitely see that happening, but I think they want to make sure that they are top 2 team here. They don't want to throw it away just yet. And once they can actually
need more
get
information before doing it.
Yeah, for sure. Opaya is looting 11 first aids. This could be a long time. He's no stims though. Yeah, and
it's pretty far into the circle, so it's not too well. It's not gonna hold for long.
Yeah. Oh, Pereira found.
Yeah, it's just a matter of time now.
Actually got him. It's 12 kills for Loops. They know that Paya is probably healing a little bit. Now circle is circle 8. He's not going to be able to outlast the heals anymore from it. Boom, and he's dead. Circle 8 is not healable without stims or any extra help from that. You need a med kit or something else.
All right, here we go.
4 versus 4.
Superhero jumps.
Oh, he gets the Chief finds him. So he was overextending. And now we need to see some superhero jumps from him. I feel like Cardoso and Chief is going to flank, and the other guys are going to superhero jump.
Good nade.
Very good. Damage done. Not enough. But look at this angle here from Chief.
Yeah. There's so much information gained from that, exactly where Quick Revenge could be from just that angle itself, knowing, okay, they're not on this side, guys. They're going to be just below you. So if you have any nades, if you have any Molotovs, now's the time to just drop them down there. Yeah, hell, even take your pad and just throw it down there.
You know, one flashbang would open up everything for them here. One stun grenade. Ooh, spicy. Let's go, Toiko. Show us what you got. Shots coming in. Oh, he's down low. He has to heal. He only has first bandages. No first aids available for them. Oh, MG3 sending it in. Oh my god, he's gonna load them down. Are you kidding me? The MG3 play from Loops, Cardoso, just taking him down, taking the lawnmower to town and putting them to bed. That is unfortunate for Quick Revenge. That's the last game for them, but they got a second place here for us. The winner, chicken dinner for Loops. And the third one for them as the second team, getting 3 of those. Super well executed by them, pros.
Amazing stuff from Loops. I mean, they shouldn't have been able to even get through Black Dragons in the first place. They managed to do that, and on top of it, also being awful alive. But in the end, there, Cardoso just coming in there with the Monlo, as you're saying, the MG3, and just taking them out one by one. It was just 1, 2, 3, and done.
All right, that was the 4th game. We have one more game to show you guys, and we're going to show you right after this break. See you then. Stay tuned. Welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Spring Edition 2022 here for the Brazil edition. I'm Avenger and this is Frost, of course. We just had 4 amazing games and what an insane ending here on Miramar, Frost, with Loops taking their 3rd chicken dinner.
Yeah, our second to last, our penultimate game here in the qualifiers, the first qualifier. Loops, again, just dominating this. And is there an end to them? Is anyone going to be able to stop them? That is my big question.
Yeah, that's really curious to see that Quick Revenge and Loops is obviously not playing the last game, so it's good to see that they're able to bang out and get the last points that they needed to show that they are belonging where they are on the leaderboards. And then our last game is obviously going to be an interesting one. What I loved though was that MG3 play from Cardoso, checking that from the last crate, getting the 3 gear, and then pushing them and just like laying the law down, putting them to town and just putting them to sleep. Super well executed by Loops. Again, another banger game from them here. 3 wins in 12 games is extremely impressive for us.
But it was also, yeah, it was also down to how they were closing in on that game, right? Of course, Cardoso did get the last 3 kills with that MG3, but also because of the help from his teammates, from Toiko, from Chief, being able to hold these angles to make it possible for Cardoso to get in there. And Toiko also got him a little bit low here with the UMP, getting a few shots before he got low himself. And meanwhile, you had Chief just holding a secondary angle, and that's what enabled Cardoso to get that close, to be able to get there with the lawnmower, finishing this game off.
Beautiful to see from him, of course. Easy game from Loops and easy to see. I'm curious to see what we're going to see in terms of damage, in terms of kills, in terms of assist in general hills. We're going to show you just shortly with that one here. But Loops jumping in, Quick Revenge jumping in, showing here in the last game that they're able to play. But you know what I'm excited for? I'm excited for our last game because I feel like we're going to be extremely close in the leaderboard. Cardoso, Chief, Loops, all 3 on the leaderboard for this one here for us.
Little freeway here for Loops on the leaderboard. Of course, it's not the same person, but I mean, it is a nice showcase to see a full team here on and 3 different people on every spot as well. Really good game, of course, again from Loops. They are just unstoppable so far here.
And Chief, of course, in the studio where they took his picture, there was no light on for that day. The power was out, so we just has a shadow to show. And obviously that's good to see that all these guys are coming in here. Cardoso with a massive play there, and then just putting the boys to sleep. Quick Revenge gonna be happy with their performance. Though second play completely fine with them, Frost, and they're completely fine after the amount of points they're getting. Good amount of kills. The play that they made multiple times and the way they're able to control that southwest and west part of that circle was just the way to play here. They held multiple angles. They were able to cover each other and yeah, just secured themselves the second place with that macro or that micro play and decision making in the end.
Yeah, I mean, a really great split there. And of course, when Storm Game came in there, they were able to take care of it pretty quickly. And that is the thing, right? When you have a split like that, you want to see it work out. You want to see you taking down a team that is crashing into you without losing any people. And that's basically what we saw from them. And meanwhile, of course, we also saw that one of them had to take care of the battle against Intense Game to hold them off, make sure they couldn't push, while the rest was taking care of 7 from Storm Gaming there that was inside the building. That is one of the great things, seeing those splits working out and the teams playing it out so finely.
Yeah, super well executed by these guys. Obviously, let's take a look here at the match standing from our penultimate game, as you said here. Loops 31 points, 5 shy of our record, but still impressive to see. 15 points from the match and 16 from the kills here. Intense Game 10-10, good to see as well. They're going to be putting themselves in a good spot. Quick Wrench, not that many kills, but they secured their second place by sheer smartness and clever play for us.
Yeah, and I mean, one of the big ones here would be Shock's Esports, though. Only 7 points. I say only because they were sitting a little bit behind, but it is a good chunk of points for them, but they need more. They're still going to be a little bit behind on the leaderboard, but they still have one more game to play, so that is all fine. But a team like Brazilian Killers do not have another game to play, though. This was the last game. I don't think that's going to be enough to keep them out of the bottom 4. We'll have to wait and see.
For sure. Brazilian Killers, Loops, Quick Revenge, and Smoke Esports is not playing in the last game. So Smoke do not have more points to be able to gain here. In fact, Esports 3, not that many points here on the lower half of the leaderboard here. Inco Gaming with a rough game, Out of Battle with a rough game, Influence Rage with a rough game, puts in Loops in a really good spot once we come to the overall leaderboard. We'll see that a little bit later, though. We're going to take a look at some more stuff as well. We're going to take a look at the MVP from this game, and I'm kind of impressed and curious to see who it's going to be. Actually, oh, it's Kadozin. Yeah, okay, that's good to see. 6 kills, 4 knockouts, 3 assists, and 700 damage here for Kadozin.
Yeah, and I mean, you can see the healing as well. Only 160 healing. That kind of shows you how little damage they took throughout the whole fights that they had. I mean, in total, they had, what was it, 11 kills, right? So, I
16.
mean, Cardozo, sorry? 16. Okay, so Cardozo get a 6. Wasn't that good? It wasn't good enough, you know? For them, that's just a normal day.
Yeah, it's good to see, obviously, here that they're able to put themselves, and they're going to be in a really good spot in terms of leaderboard once we get to the overall leaderboard standing here. And that's an interesting one because we have only one more game to play here for us. And as we said, Loops is not playing. This is they have played their 12th, so we have Influence Rage, Rise, Esports, Black Dragon, Inco Game, all these guys are chasing, but they're simply too late. Look at that, 180 points. And they're just so far ahead of Influence Rage here for us.
It's just insane numbers that Loops has been able to put up here in the first qualifier we had in the PMPL Brazil League. And I mean, all of these teams are solidified. They are through for the league play that we're going to have in the next week. But what we want to see is on the bottom half, what does it look like right now? Which teams are in the bottom? And here we go. The bottom 4 teams right now. It's going to be Brazilian Killers, Smoke Esports, Shocks Esports, and Ground Zero. But look at this, though. Brazilian Killers and Smoke Esports are not moving anywhere. They already played 12 games, so they are done. They're not going to qualify for the league play next week. On the other hand, Shocks Esports and Ground Zero, they still have a chance to make it through, but they have a big battle in front of them because Never Down is playing next game, Fact Esports playing next game, and they are 16 points behind if you're Ground Zero right now.
Oof, yeah, that is far. And 14 behind for Shocks Esports. So this could very well be our bottom 4 that we're not seeing here for the first league weekend. Once we get to that in the next weekend, we're starting on Friday, same time, same place next weekend. We're going to be joining you again. We're super excited to see how the league play plays out because that is where you're playing for those juicy points. You're trying to get as many points in the league to try to make yourself to the finals, and in the finals is where we see the teams playing for those PMPL America spot here for us. This is what the cake is all about. Obviously also the honor and respect of being in the first place, and the money and the prize money, of course, $7,000 as well, $1,000 extra from the MVP. But those PMPL America spots is what's on the board.
Yeah, and it is those spots that you all want to grab because that means that you're moving on, you're going to get more experience, you're going to be playing against better teams, and also, of course, more money to win for your team.
Yeah, all right. Let's take a little bit of a showcase here in some of the teams here. We're going through all the teams throughout this whole weekend here. We're going to show Smoke Esports. Unfortunately, Frost, they are not making it in. They have played all their 12 games. They are in the bottom 4 right now, and they're not going to be moving anywhere depending on what happens in the next game here. So what do you think could be better? What are they going to have to change to make it into the league plays once we get here to Smoke Esports?
I think, first of all, they just need to look at their own gameplay, and what I want to see is them having less macro play and starting to go more for the aggression, trying to take those fights instead. But that is, of course, up to them to look on, like, what happened. We don't really know. It could have been other factors behind the scenes that we didn't know about. But hopefully, next time around, we'll see them actually being able to make it through here to the league itself.
Yeah, exactly. And they also obviously had a few roster changes in the previous couple of months as well. So it's a bit of a change for Smoke Esports. And they're here. They already earned their $6,000 from qualifying to PMPL Brazil here for the spring edition. Let's take a look at another team, though, Fax Esports. They really stepped up today for us. Fax Esports was able to come up and say, all right, this is the last day. We got to step up. We got to show ourselves and show everyone else that we deserve in the top, deserve to be in the top 16. And they have really showed us and impressed us today.
Oh yeah, 100%. It's been really great to see them stepping up a bit, but they're still not 100% secure yet. So we're not gonna get ahead of ourselves. But they've been doing a really fine job here today. And I hope that they can keep that up for the last game as well. They're gonna be their last game before we head over to the league play. And we want to see them in the league play because that's going to be clean slates there. Remember, it doesn't matter if you end up on 1st or 16th place here after today. All that matters is that you're top 16, and next week, that's where you want to just go ham from start.
Yeah, exactly. All right, Fax Esports, that was it. It's good to see that these guys were obviously able to play up and step up to the plate today. If they played like they were in the first 2 days, I wasn't going to have too much confidence in them, but they are playing here in the last game, and they're looking pretty good to be able to defend themselves. Maybe we can take a look at the bottom half of the overall standings again just before we start and reintroduce you to our last match. It's going to be Sanhok, of course, for us. Any expectation in terms of gameplay from that other than absolute madness and crazy gameplay?
I mean, it is the hot drop that I'm looking for mostly, I gotta say, in bootcamp itself with Alpha 7 and Influence Rage, 2 teams that have been battling out there in the past. We've seen that happening, but here we go, the bottom of the leaderboard. Now, again, this is why we're showing this. As you can see, the teams that have only played 11 games, they are still fighting away, trying to get out of the bottom 4. The teams that will be keeping an extra eye on, I'd say, it's Never Down, Shocks Esports, and Ground Zero Mercenaries in the upcoming game here. Shocks and Ground Zero, they're gonna need a banger of a game, while Never Down needs to secure himself a few points, solidifying that, making sure they're holding their ground. Again, it doesn't matter if you're 16th place, as long as you're top 16.
All right. Obviously, close leaderboard in our kind of bottom half, but we still have some of these teams here that have a chance. We're not going to take it away from them just now. They are playing. They are in a situation where it can happen, but they need to have the best game that we've seen so far out of the 11 games that they've played so far here for us. We're playing on Sanhok, the kind of surprise and extra map, wildcard map, as you like to say here. And obviously, it's a third-party central. It's a map where you need to be really fast with finishing your fights. Otherwise, you're going to be third-partied immediately, and you're going to be finished off yourself before you finish off healing and finish off looting.
Yeah, and that's why it's so important, right? We've seen it time after time. Some of the teams are actually backing out from the fights pretty early on. They take a few shots, they don't get a knock, to saying, hey, that's enough. This is not going to end well if we just keep on going. So we're just going to back off. And, you know, we might just fight later on in the game instead. And that's what we want to see, taking those smart decisions. That's going to bring you out to the late game to make sure that you can be able to win it.
All right, Sanhok here, the prime position here in the boot camp. We're flying through the lobster area, and prime amount of loot in that area. Of course, we're going to see tons from that. We are probably also going to see a contest and hot drop in the boot camp area. I'm really curious if that's going to happen again and what's gonna propel out from that fight here. But again, a super small map. It's 4x4 from the overall map, but there's even less terrain, even less to play for, but plenty of loot. Penang obviously going to be in a fantastic spot and a fantastic situation for loops. They're probably going to have a good play. Circle is going to be doesn't matter too much, but it's going to be really important to make a move early on so you can get and set yourself up for this one here. An Eastern plane for us doesn't matter too much. You can basically get anywhere with any of the planes because the map is so small.
Yeah, and it's going to be totally fine and totally good. Now, again, Ground Zero, Shocks Esports, Never Down, Fact Esports. 4 teams that we'll be looking at in this game here. It's going to be the last game here of the qualifier of the Brazil PMPL before we move in next week to the league play itself. Meanwhile, of course, also looking forward for that little bootcamp fight that we'll probably see here between Alpha 7 and Influence Rage. So far, I'd say Influence Rage has been getting the upper hand of that one with Alpha 7 backing off, but it's not over yet, and both the teams, they want to play it. They want to win this fight because that means that they can have this drop for them in the league play. And we're starting off straight away. Kowalski getting that first knock, first kill. And now, again, Influence Rage having the upper hand here against Alpha 7. They are struggling a bit.
Oh, shots coming in from Carrillo onto Federal, and it's a double two-way split from that one here. Kowalski's going to get down Revo. Carrillo's going to go down as well. Swaggian is the last player. And he's running away. He's disengaging. He's getting chased from Law with it. Oh my God! Shots coming in. QBC's coming in, and that's just such a good play. And the BM. The BM.
Boot camp is ours, guys. Get out of here, Alpha 7. We're the better team.
4 kills for Influence Rage. So well played by them. Clean and perfectly balanced, just like all things should be.
You know what I really like about this? No. It's that both of them, they went straight for it. They were like, no bullshit, we'll just go for this. Whoever wins, wins, right? And we don't need to drag this out. Let's just get over it. Whoever wins this, you can have it the first game at least. Let's put it that way. We'll see what happens in the league play when they face each other here once again. But for this time, for the qualifiers, Alpha 7 is now out. They are going to make it to the league play, so it's totally fine. But so is Influence Rage. And these 2 teams, they really like this place, the boot camp.
Yeah, the boot camp, all the loot in the world. And they're obviously inside the first circle here, but we're having a northern circle. They can get into a pretty good position from it. It's Paradise, very deep centered, absolutely smack bang in the middle here for us. In fact, Esports, our team with a lot of healing. They've been able to survive quite a long time. A few times in the zone, they've been able to make their way and play around their positioning in those circles. They are looting Hatin and around here, so they can cross the bridge and get in there early. They kind of want to get some of the deeper grounds in this circle here, because otherwise they're going to be gatekept in those compounds that are high ground and kind of enclosing that road once you get over the bridge east of Hatin. Let's see what Fact 7s decide to do later. And Sanhok is obviously a fast map. Circle moves faster. It's a little bit slower amount of time that we're playing, so your decision making is really key to getting yourself into a good spot for us.
Fact Esports, again, one of the teams that we're going to keep an eye on. They're pretty safe, I'd say. For them to not making it, it would need Ground Zero and Shocks Esports to basically have super bangers of games, both of the teams, and have basically over 20 points each. And the chances of that, it's up there, but it's probably pretty low. So I'd say Fact Esports is sitting pretty safe. And Never Down is a team, though, that needs to be a little bit more careful. We see them with a big split right now between the West Island and Main Island, opting for some Aqua vehicles as well. They're going to be playing from the north side. The light green, lime green colors actually might be getting into a fight with Fact Esports here pretty soon.
They have to be fast for it.
Oh my God, look at that boat skin.
That's a naughty skin. Wow. That's styling right there. And another one for Out of Battle. They need to get in fast and move out early on and swing around there. In that case, they're all the way down there in Bantai and they need to go all the way around. And Shocks is actually on the edge. They could be thinking that there might be people coming in on the water here. If you look at the very eastern side, the yellow guys is Shocks. They're one of the teams playing that need to have a good game to get out of that bottom 4 position. And 4 guys from Out of Battle That could be some juicy points to start off with, and the confidence booster that they need to make that happen.
Also to keep an eye on is currently sitting in Paina, and it's going to be Ground Zero Mercenaries, a team as like all of the teams in here, playing the last one in the qualifiers, trying to get into the top 16. They are not in there right now, and they need to have a good game. So I want to see these teams being a little bit more aggressive, because they're going to need a lot of kills to be able to make it through. And of course, a chicken dinner on top of it would be just creme de la creme for them.
All right, what are you going to do here? What's the decision making through it? Are you going to stay inside Paradise? What's going to happen? Never Down. Oh, look at that. Never Down is aware. They are seeing this happening, that Fag Esports want to cross, not on the bridge, but through the water.
They've done their homework.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's smart.
Fact Esports has been playing their every single Sanhok game so far, and they've done, Never Down has done their homework. They sparred this, and they know we just need to keep on holding this, because usually they just swim across. They don't take any vehicles. They're not going to take the bridge. They always swim across. Amenko Esports here on the picture. 39 kills, 11th place in terms of the kills so far. It's not bad at all. But we want to see them get a little bit more. We saw them yesterday getting themselves a chicken dinner. We know that they're capable of getting more than that. Currently, they are just gonna be taking a little chill here. Don't wanna overaggress anything. Rise, gonna fight Black Dragons. Very far away though. Even if you get the knock here, it's not 100% sure that you're gonna get the flush itself.
Alright, Rafinha. Can he connect anything on to Black Dragons? Nicholas. Good shot on the 6-hits on that range there. That control on the M4 is just insane. Perfect gyro control from these guys. Oh, and then another car. You know, it feels like you want to go car shopping once you hear that the engine's revving. Yeah. It's not going to be for a long time. We're going to hear that soon. Everything is electric or hybrid, and they're going to be saying nothing. People are going to be putting, you know, big sound and basses into their cars to make it sound like they have a big engine while they're electric.
We've seen that. We've seen that before.
Or hire a guy on the back seat. You know, it's instead of having, you know, calling a shotgun, you're going to be calling, I don't know, something else. Room. And you're going to be the guy, you know, like rolling down the window, and you're going to have to like sit there and scream out of the window, rum, every time you like sit there in the crossroads, but not happening just yet. We have some nice skins here. We can just listen to that. All right, Lucas, what do you got here? Ground Zero, they need to have a big game. 59 players alive here for us. One team's already out. It's Alpha 7. Dominated inside
with
the boot
style.
camp.
Yeah,
with
they got style out by Influence Rage.
That is full 4-man, full 4 guys alive. 4 kills already. This snowball effect you can get from winning a battle and having 4 guys alive from that is such a booster.
I mean, remember the last game as well.
This
that
is
we had
such a nice skin. Are you kidding me? I love it.
It's top 3 skins right now. I mean, the last battle in boot camp, Influence Rage, they got Revo straight away, and the rest of Alpha 7, they fled boot camp. So far, been a lot of Influence Rage when it comes to boot camp. But I mean, anything could change. It's all down to making you take care of your homework after this game. You have a full week, or not a full week, but up until Friday on you to figure things out. Where do the other team drop? What do we want to do to counter them? How do we take them out before they take us out?
Yeah, all right, let's see here. Never Down. Paolo. He's never backing down from this fight for sure. That's information, but they are not fully aware of what's happened just yet with Fact.
I like this.
Yeah.
I like this from Fact, though. They're being unpredictable, and this is one of the greatest things you can do as a team, being unpredictable towards the other teams. Normally, they would swim across on the north side. That's why you see Never Down being up there while they're holding it and just looking for them. But they took another route this time. The only time that they're getting held. It's such a small play, but we got our second circle. It's going to pop here in any second. There we go. It's going to continue on the north side, cutting out a little bit of water. Pretty good. Most of the teams already inside the circle. It's going to be a pretty calm one here to continue on.
All right. Circle popped up. practically the best kind of circle you can get. A lot of land still in play, kind of centered around the teams that are already in the center position here. And Out of Battle is going to be able to, you know, fly back around. Shox is moving away from the ridges and the high ground with the rocks. That means that ours is actually going to be able to, you know, swing around on their boat here. And Flamingo with a drive-by shot onto ground zero. Mercenaries flying away from the life.
HP. Oh, wait. Rice got Duck actually. That is stuck out. That is very bad for ground zero right now.
They're down to just two now, Frost.
Yeah, they lost 2 players. And they need to have a bang of a game to qualify for the league.
A good nade. That could be a double. Oh, no. He's going to jump out.
Oh, he missed.
303
he doesn't have more nades.
Mythic finds
here comes
Mythic.
the third party.
Yeah, on Souls jumping into this one here. Flamingo on the other side of this battle. Fights are coming in this situation, in this skirmish.
Stalemate.
Yeah, stalemate for sure. I mean, in this play right here, like you're in a really, really good spot for this circle here, especially if the next one goes kind of south. They want to keep this 3-way crossroads compound to themselves. They want to defend this from Rise, but if it becomes a big battle, they know that Honored Souls is going to come in third party, and that's what you don't want to have in, because Honored Souls is dangerous in those battles. They're going to pull up, they're going to use their utility, and they're going to shoot you out. Seems some good stuff from Nino, Patinho, Myth as well. They've been popping off completely. Honored Souls.
Zero actually went for the northeast side. Look at the map right now, and they're getting crashed by Storm Gaming right now.
Ooh, not good.
Ooh, they get what?
Traded as well.
It's a trade.
Another trade flush there. Lucas is last player standing. Oh, Lucas, that side. That means that Ground Zero is going to be the third team that is going to be out from that. They're not playing in our first league weekend, and next weekend starting on Friday.
So it's down to Shox, Esports, and Never Down right now. Those are the 2 teams that are fighting for the last not being the bottom 4 spot. One of them needs to be down there. Shox Esports currently down there. Never Down, not there yet, but anything could happen. This is the last battle, the last game that they're going to be playing before we move over there.
Exactly. Nino with some shots, 3 vest on him. One
Never
kill
down.
on them. Oh,
Lost a player.
That's Nunez in.
Against Intense Game.
Ooh, Nunez on the other side. Rise down to just a couple. Oh, what a great play here from Flamingo. Let's go, GG play. A little bit of utility usage, and they got him out. He's going to try to get him flushed. He is going down super slowly. Can I get stolen, is he? Shots coming in. Yeah, okay, GG play.
Secures it.
Good 2 points here from Flamingo. Never down to 2 players.
Yeah, that's going to be really bad for them. But it also comes down to if Shox Esports is going to be able to make it. Currently, Shox Esports is sitting just outside Mongnai, and they're not in a battle, but Never Down here in all sorts of trouble against Intense Game. That's fine, but that's not going to be enough.
That's Never Down. Actually down. It's unfortunate. And this means that Shox needs to have a massive game for us. Shox, let's take a look here at them in the distance. They are close to Mongnai, and they are in a pretty good spot in the circle right now, but the circle is closing. We're going to see a new circle in just a second here. It does go north, so they have an opportunity. They could capitalize on this, Ross.
Come on. I hope they're able to make something out of it. They could start gatekeeping. They are pretty close to the edge. I don't want to see them move towards the center and not do anything. I want to see them take control over their side of the circle, starting to take those battles against the teams who are already crippled, who has taken other battles and now closing in towards them.
Exactly. Let's see some good decision making in general from them. All right, who goes in? What you got here? Out of battle, pushing on foot in to get a better position inside this next circle here. They have information about Revo Keith stars over there in that compound. But there are only 2 guys alive, I believe, from Revo Keith. They are indeed. And now there are some baiting going on, information gathering coming in here from, oh my god, that is rough. That is them out.
It was a trap.
The trap rises out. Not rising.
Shock's actually getting involved as well right now. They're getting some kills on the board. 2 kills so far. And they are going for more. They want more. They are going for art right now.
All right, let's see this third party here. Nate's coming in. Confirm this Nate on Bard. Could be good.
This is exactly what they need. This is what we were talking about just a second ago. No, that kill. Yes, they do secure it. All right.
More coming in. Intense game on the other side of Dingo as well. Jumping a big back and forth. A lot of battles coming in. This circle here is super important.
Oh no.
Sharks losing
Storm
one.
is getting involved now, and they are knocking people from Sharks Esports. 2 people knocked on Sharks right now.
Oh. One more. Storm gets one. Art Magneto goes down here. Storm is putting a lot of pressure onto the 2 teams that are fighting each other right now. Storm gets Phoenix from Sharks. It means that Sharks is down to just 2 players. And that is not, I mean, they need so much points from the game that they need to have, you know, like 10 kills and a top 4 placement for it to happen.
Or just get that chicken dinner.
Yeah, I'll get the chicken dinner here, but 2 guys alive with 3 kills, and it'll be a rough one for them.
Yep, we'll just have to wait and see. We'll come back to it later and see what's gonna happen. But yeah, keep an eye on Sharks Esports. Currently 4th in this game, as you can see, with 3 kills, but only 2 members left alive. They are an important one right now.
Yeah, for sure. Ooh, nice shots coming in from Ladison. And Storm Gaming down to 3 players, but 5 kills for them so far. We're down to 37 players and 11 teams left alive here for us. And the circle is one of the more rare circles on the northern side that is so far north and east of Tadmok and Cow. It's basically in between Cow and Mungnai. So let's see the next circle here, if it goes down to Black Dragons and the Crossroad compounds, or if it stays and hangs around up on the northern side here on top, close to Storm Gaming.
Thing is that Sharks is in a pretty good spot right now.
Right.
If they keep on getting the circle on top of them, there's a high chance a lot of the other teams will be fighting each other around them because it's so open, and they could potentially third party steal some knocks, steal some kills, and potentially win the game and get themselves out of the bottom 4.
Yeah, exactly.
New circle's about to pop. It's gonna go even further north. All right, Sharks is now going to be on the border of the south side there. There's going to be a lot of teams closing in there. Now, the big question is, do they want to stay there? There's not a lot of other stuff they can go for right now. And they do still have Storm north of them that has taken shots against them several times. I'll have to wait and see. Meanwhile, Influence Rage, they get battle versus Flamengo. And it looks like Flamengo is going to win this one so far, at least. Get himself a knock. Not more than that for now. Flamengo, only 2 players left up right now. Trying to see what they can do about it. They have a long way getting to circle, but look at 7 with that spray!
That was insane headshots galore right there, taking down the players from 100 gold. See what they can do here. Can they clean this wipe, and it'll be another 4 kills for them, getting them up to a total of 9. Let's see here. Perdinho trying to defend. Good nade to counter it. Oh, he actually gets jumped on.
Trade straight away, coming in.
Pushing. Get him in. Flash him out. Oh my god. So well played by Storm Gaming. 9 kills for these guys, and they're going to get a res off and be 3 guys left alive again. Daden is clapping the hands and is providing the moral support there. And we're down to 10 teams, 31 players alive.
What's going on, Golden?
Inko.
He's burning alive.
It's unfortunate. Shots are coming in here. Fact. Oh, getting knocked from the distance there from McGrellin.
Should be fine. They should be able to get this revive.
Oh, not if that's a nade. That would have been unlucky.
That would have been very unlucky. They don't have any teams behind them right now.
I've always seen that before, you know, on a grenade on a teammate on Sanhok. I don't know. Do you remember anything about that?
No, I don't know what you're talking about at all.
Okay, let's not talk about that then.
Yeah.
It's not like you did that on one of our teammates on the Sanhok tournament. Let's, okay. Oh, we're not talking about it.
Pretty sure you were already dead. So you know what they say, dead people don't talk.
That is true.
He's actually getting himself a kill. Or maybe even 2. They're 1 kill. They're up to 4 kills now. It's looking great for them.
Yeah,
to 5 more.
What happened?
They actually get another one. That's 5 now. It's looking great. It's looking great for Sharks. They can keep this up.
If they can keep the East guys, potentially the Influence Rage players and INTC Renans, then it could look bright for them. They could secure themselves some good amount of kill points, and then they just need to get a really good amount of placement points as well, and it could make it happen. All right, GG play, finding Black Dragons Nicholas. The circle is super far north. Revo Kid looking good. Storm looking good in the northern compound there. Next circle is closing in. A lot of damage is being applied.
Yes!
Ooh, more coming in from Shocks.
No!
Impressive what they've been able to do so far with 2 guys alive. Broken vest, broken helmet. Ooh,
That's out in the blue. That's going to be hard. They're not going to be able to get that revive. And this is why it's so important that they've been holding this angle. Ooh.
Oh, all right. He's down to just a couple of HP. Getting another. Yeah, he's getting another kill. That's another 6. Down to 9 teams now. Storm is looking on the edge here. Circle did go south. It is 2 compounds inside the circle. It's Shocks is sitting in it, and so is Revo Kid. Now, Storm Gaming is making a play on the eastern side. It's probably going to be backfilling onto Influence Rage. See what they decide to do here.
Shocks still inside the next circle in their compound. And they're getting more kills, but they're going to be careful. Law with that nade.
Good
not
nade.
Really connecting. Not finding a knock.
Impressive amount of damage, though, from that range.
Yeah.
The information is coming out, though. Storm is there. Ooh, that's in. Oh, what a literal. Well played from Influence Rage here. Impressive. Again, 9 kills to them. And it's a 2-man team from Storm. 2-man team from Influence Rage. Shocks 2-man team. Fact Esports, the only team left alive with 4 for us.
Yeah.
Let's see what's going to happen with that. Really interesting game here.
Time to get in, though. Maybe if these teams find each other, they can actually just walk in for free. And that looks like that is what's going to happen.
Ooh,
He even find himself a knock.
This is a 3-way fight with a potential gatekeep from IA. All right, don't step in the flames just yet, Pereira.
You know what? Looking at this right now, there's so many souls right now as well that it's going to be healing in the blue. It's looking really great for Shocks Esports right now, for their potential to make it out of the bottom 4 in this game.
They get the next circle as well. It's like it could be their game. Like they could potentially win it and make it in. But no, it's a northern circle. It keeps these teams close to the circle, but they still have to fight it. Shocks needs to find Influence Rage and Federal and Law. They need to make that happen here. The jump punch to make silent movement. Rara, intense game here. Nates are coming out here. It's basically 3 teams coming in for this one here. Nice Molotov from Adrian here. Triple MVP player. Level 3 helmet.
Straight in the face.
Is he getting chased? AK holding. Oh, Shocks. Getting down Law. Getting down Federal.
That is huge. That is huge for them. Josh, they got to keep on moving. They do have Storm Gaming in front of them, but up to 9 kills right now. It's currently at least the top 7 position.
Could they potentially make one player heal and try to get top 3 and then send one player in to get some kills here, because they have a far way to make it in there.
They don't have that much med, so that's the problem.
They need to loot. They need to make something happen here. They need to try to run it in here. Nice shot from Adrian. Taking it in. Let's flush.
Oh no, Storm is getting one knock on Shocks Esports. It's only 1 man up right now. Zeus Dex is going to be the last man up for Shocks Esports right now.
That 4 is out. All right. Zeus Dex, can you make something happen here? Adrian taking shots on them.
They need intense game to push a Storm game right now. As you can see, meanwhile, all the others are healing. That's the last first aid. You gotta make that move right now. You gotta get inside, but it's gotta be rough. He's 1 shot away from getting knocked, but he's barely surviving right now.
All right. GG play goes
still
out down to 5. They're top 5 now. They're getting a lot of points still here.
Oh, I think he actually made it in. He made it in.
He made it in. All right. Inku V2 is, I think, out of first aid, so he could get a top 4 position from that as well. And now we're going to see Intense Game and Storm Gaming fight for the last play here. He's managing as much as he can here. Adrian is putting a lot of pressure onto Intense Game. That means the Storm could move in here.
Yeah,
V2 is making a run for it. V2 needs to go down for Shocks to have a chance here. And Sustix needs to start crawling immediately.
V2 is down now. He actually just went down.
Top 4 now. Top 4 now. That is 8 points guaranteed.
Need to find Adrian though. He just saw him shoot a few bullets, so he should have the information. But he's still healing up. Remember, he only had a few bandages left. Meanwhile, this battle between Intense Game and Storm Gaming is gonna break out right now. That's the first one. They need to find a second one. This is so good. Zeus is in the fight right now. He wins the fight against Adrian. It's top three for them. I think it's done. I think they crawled their way through out of the bottom 4. And it could be even better.
He could make something happen here. 7 is on the edge here. Intense Game could push them. Suslex could make the dream happen for Shocks in the very last game here of the PUBG Mobile Pro League for Brazil. 7 is crawling. Peep sees him. He's going to push. He's going to shoot. He's going to push damage on him. 7 is spotted out with other players. And that means the focus is going to be on them. It's going to be on him. Nates are coming out here from Pereira. Utility is being used. Oh, he's down to just a couple HPs.
Oh, there he goes.
That's the top 2 for Shocks.
Now, let's see if he can grab that chicken dinner on top of it. 2 players up against him. He's going to be here. He doesn't have a lot of health. As you can see, he's full boosted. That's the only thing he has to work with. He's going to hear that vehicle, but that's only one of the 2 men find.
Boom! Pereira saw him in the bush. What an ending here for Intense Game. Intense Game, the Sanhok Masters, the second chicken dinner on Sanhok here for us. What a game for Intense Game, and what a game in general to finish off our qualifying weekend here.
Yeah, I mean, so much control for this game, but in the end, it's all about Shocks Esports, right? They actually, I'm pretty sure they made it out of the bottom 4, which is just amazing. It lost 2 players that early on, but being able to keep 2 alive and pushing it all the way to the top 2, come on, man. It doesn't get better than that.
All right, guys, we're going to have a short break before we show you the overall standings, the MVP, and all the statistics that you want to see. So stay tuned. We're going to be right back after this. And welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Spring Edition here 2022 for Brazil. For us, we had an absolutely insane game here to end our first qualifying weekend here for the league play. Shocks has potentially made it in to outside the bottom 4 in the very last game here. That could be insane if they actually made that happen here. But Intense Game, the Sanhok Masters, we can call them already. They won 2 Sanhok out of the 4 that they played. Impressive from them.
I mean, let's put it this way. We've had 5 games on Sanhok throughout this weekend, right? And Intense Game has won 2 of them. Influence Rage has won 2 of them. And Loops has won 1 of them. 3 insanely good teams that have shown up a big time here throughout the whole qualifier. But we are done with the games here for the qualifying, and we're gonna be moving on, of course, to the league play next week, and that is gonna be amazing to see. We're gonna have the same 16 teams that will be battling out every fight there, or every game.
Pereira with absolutely no chill here, just taking the buggy and just finishing the game with like, all right, there's a snake somewhere here. He's probably low, and it's a push. So I'm just gonna drive through it and take him down and finish the game with an absolutely easy scout from that. Obviously easy when you're 2 versus 1 and you're feeling the confidence from that last interaction and that fight they have in the very end there. It's good to see from Intense Game here. Let's take a look at our top stats here. Did Storm That's actually Adrian again, and P wins this game. A very split out MVP and top damage dealers here for us. 1,000 damage from Adrian though.
Another 1,000 damage from Adrian being on top there, being one of the MVPs. I mean, it's just great to see, right? He's been such a key player here for Vivo Kid. Being able to put up those numbers, being able to be one of the MVPs time after time, it is important for the team itself to have him right now. Adrian,
with one more kill and one more assist, he would have been a triple MVP again as the third time to only do it, and only the second player. That would have been insane. Just talks to how good Vivo Kid is actually being able to get out of Adrian here, one of their top players, one of their superstars. It's good to see that these guys are able to jump into that one, of course. And let's take a look at the last matches standing here for us. Obviously, insane game here from Shocks, insane game from Intense Game, and important for Shocks to get 22 points. The question is, it's gonna be enough. Don't spoil yet. We're gonna see Stomp Game with 22 as well, 24 for Intense Game, 12 for Vivo Kid, and 10 for Influence Rage here. Really good game overall. Let's take a look at the bottom half of the leaderboard for our match standings in the very last match here of the qualifiers, and it's gonna be Black Dragons in the third or the 9th point with 3 points for that one here. INTC in second, Honored Souls with 2 points as well, and Out of Battle with 2. What are your expectations from this last game here? Did it meet your hype that you were expecting for us?
I mean, it couldn't be much better, right? Never down, ground zero, 14-15 plays, 2 of the teams who actually needed a lot of points as well. And then you have Shocks Esports that was in the bottom of the leaderboard going into this last game here. But I'm pretty sure with those 22 points, they're able to rise up, come up from those bottom 4 spots and make it into league play. But we'll just have to wait and see a little bit more. I mean, they came in today with 14 points after 8 games. So what they were able to put up here in the last game, what it mattered the most for them, is just, it's beyond impressive.
Performing when you need to, and also of course the MVP of the last match here. I feel like it should be someone from of course it's Adrian, the good again with 1,000 damage or 1,092 damage. You can't really deny it, but I really feel like if you have like a consolation prize of MVP here, it should be one of the Shocks players for sure. Being able to, yeah, for sure, being able to jump in and take that one here. But Adrian again getting another MVP. It's good to see that he's able to you know, tip the glasses a little bit and see, oh, what's up guys, look at me, another 1K club, another MVP for me after having the first player that has the triple MVP across the leaderboards for that one. So obviously super great to see in case of that. Let's see the top killers of the day so far. Obviously, we've had some intense games and some insane games. We are super blessed to be able to see and show that here for PMPL Brazil for us.
Yeah, I mean, it's just been amazing, not just today, but throughout the 3 days we had so far. It's just been amazing games all around the board. And I mean, the thing is, it's just gonna get better from here on as well. So this is just the beginning of it, and I'm super excited to see what we're gonna get going later on.
All right, let's take a look at our top killers and MVP, top MVP for that one, and we'll see if it's going to be able to jump in for this. And we've seen Revo yesterday for us with that. Who do you think we're going to get in here? Overall standings first. We're going to have Loops, of course, in the total points, 180. First place for them. We knew that was going to happen here, but 7 teams that actually managed to join the triple time for that. All right, MVP here for that one. Mythic is actually going to be able to hold on to that, and Revo is down to 5th place after a rough day 3 here for us.
Yeah, but at the same time, like seeing these kind of names up here, it's just normal for us, right? We keep on seeing them time after time, all of these guys being up here. So it's just amazing to see, and hopefully they can keep this going. Now they're gonna have a few days of a break before we return with the league play itself, and everyone here on the board that you're seeing right now will be playing in that one, of course.
Yeah, of course. Good to see that these guys are here. 2 guys from Rise in the top 4 for us. That's quite impressive. All right, let's take a look. We just saw the overall standings for that. Let's take a look at the top half of our overall standings here after the 3 days of play. Loops, of course, in first place. We talk about Influence Rage. 2 teams that was able to get 3 chicken dinners. Not unexpected to see them up there. Rise also in there. Inco without a chicken dinner in 4th place is super impressive to me for us. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, very impressive. But I think overall today as well, you got to look at Storm Gaming and how they've been able to play. They came in here today with 68 points, but now being able to push themselves up to a triple digit. And I've talked a lot about them since this beginning, and we haven't seen too much, but they're slowly rising up and showing up at more and more. And we could see that, like, a lot of the games they've been getting themselves into the top 3 situations. They've been having a lot of people up, and look at the kill count, 61 kills. That is pretty amazing. I think that's 4th from the top overall.
Exactly, super impressive. Let's take a look at the bottom half of the leaderboard, and again, most important is to get the top 16 here. And look at that, Shox getting 7 more points than needed to jump above Never Down, and that means that our top 16 teams for our first league weekend play starting on Friday next week, same time, same place, is going to be our top 16 teams. The teams that are not going to be playing is Never Down, Brazilian Killers, Smoke Esports, and Ground Zero Mercenaries. Unfortunate for these teams, but what a comeback for Shox here, Ross.
I mean, it's just one of those amazing, insane comebacks that you're not really expecting, but you're hoping for the whole time. To us, for actually being able to see that and just live as well, it is amazing. And I mean, nothing more than a big congrats and well played from Shox Esports in the last game there.
Yeah, the only unexpected things here in the latter half is Alpha 7 down there outside the top 10, but they could be saving some strategies going into the league play. That means we have found our top 16 teams here for the PMPL Brazil Spring Edition. We know who's going to be playing, and they're going to be playing on Friday next week, same time, same place. Once again, thank you so much to our sponsor Realme for joining us here on PMPL, and thank you so much to you, Frost, and thank you so much to myself for covering these games. We're going to be back next weekend, and that means that is it for us now. I hope that you're going to begin, and until then, see you soon.